One of these days, I'm gonna be late to the stream here, and Nelson's gonna need to keep everyone occupied. I was a little afraid I would be, because I have laundry to do, because I'm starting my new job on Monday. By the way, hospital scrubs are fucking expensive.
Yeah, they are.
They're incredibly expensive, and I need to wash them before I go in, otherwise I'm gonna be itchy in my own skin. But I'm not late. I am in fact. Hold on, I'm right there. Hi.
Hello, Mario.
Hi, my name is GirafaStev. I'm the president of the Longboy Club. I'm a very long and large enjoyer of gaming, wrestling, a working set of tits. My stinky pets. Tonight we are finally continuing Yakuza Like a Dragon, and the question is, where's Yam? I was about to say, where's Yamcha? Where's fucking NANBA?
Yeah, because we're still on that part where we haven't really like progressed the story. Because last live stream we were doing like the Dragon Card
It's
stuff.
almost time for a 2.5-minute Lay's potato chip break, my dudes.
That is a fake homunculus. Nelson.
Lay's potato. Dude,
potato
okay,
chip
I'm one of
break.
those people who like. I'm one of those people who likes Lay's. I won't deny that.
That's a liquid homunculus right there.
I do
I like
actually
that.
like Lay's potato chips.
I like them too. I'm more. My thing is, like, when it comes to chips, I'm more of a Pringles guy, because like what you see is what you get. The bag isn't like half full of air. Usually the chips are up to the top of the can. So
Yeah, but even Pringles
grew
have
up
been
on those.
becoming guilty of that.
So
Like
yeah,
even Pringles nowadays have been starting to get guilty of that.
they can skimp on it sometimes, unfortunately. First off, hi Piecemeal Ravioli. Can I call you Ravioli? The Piecemeal? I'll call you Ravioli for now. Devin and Dry. Hello there, guys. Thank you so much for joining us tonight for our Longboy Club meeting. I'm joined, as I always am for Yakuza, by Nelson, K947, Wolf King, whatever it is you want to call him. He's right here.
Hey everyone, K947, aka Wolfkin here, and finally I'm no longer on the injured list. I am
Ravioli,
now on the
ravioli,
active
give me
roster.
the wrestling ollie.
Oh God, what's he doing?
Ravioli, ravioli.
What's he doing in the long boy zone? Ravioli, ravioli, give me the wrestle-oli.
But
I
no,
love
yeah, I've
that.
been down and out for like a month and a half because of my foot and knee.
Oh God, Kang, he's back. I love
Finally,
that.
I'm back to normal. Finally, I'm walking.
Everyone give him a round of applause, please. Someone redeem the 15 points. I'll do it. Here.
Boo! Damn!
Dude.
I'm not hearing the boo on my end, but yeah. Damn.
It's a thoroughly mixed reaction for Nelson here in the Long Boy Zone tonight.
Can't have nothing.
You
Can't
deserve it. Wow.
And then people wonder why I end up a heel most of the time.
Yeah, because you put them in chin locks and rob them of their pops. That's great. Anyways, yeah, tonight we're gonna be doing Yakuza. I'm really excited to get back to the. My reaction is neutral. Exactly, a thoroughly mixed reaction. But yeah, we're gonna be doing Yakuza tonight. But for tonight's pre-show, I figured I would do something here. I was gonna show, you know, the new episode of Botchamania, but what I would like to do instead is show Nelson the incredible wrestler that we've been making in Day of Reckoning and his entrance.
You hear about 2K26 Attitude Edition cover. I actually haven't looked at it.
I've seen it. Personally, I hope they don't just redo the stuff that they did in WWE 13, because I was there with WWE 13. I played, you know, the showcase mode for that game, and that was Attitude Era, and that was done very well. I had a lot of fun with that back in the day. But yeah.
Yeah, like the last of the wrestling games I played before eventually coming back was 2010. That was like the last one for me.
What I would like them to maybe do is maybe dive into an era that they don't really do all that much, or maybe a different company, like, I don't know, WCW. You have all of WCW. You can use that. Or even like ECW. Or do another era of WWE, like Ruthless Aggression. So
Yeah, you could. I mean, yeah.
but yeah. Funnily enough, I'm gonna need to start playing 2K25 again because I need to make Gira in it, because he may be expanding his horizons here at some point. But yeah, Bri, are you gonna play 2K26? Because, unfortunately, I will not, because, well, WWE. But if I find it used, then I'll play it on stream. But I just don't want to give money to the publisher or WWE. So
Yeah, I don't blame you. It's kind of one of those things where I'm kind of sitting here like, fuck, man, I wish the AW game was
better. I wish that shit popped off better, you know?
Yeah, because I've said it before, I'll say it again. I love AEW Fight Forever. It's terrible. That's the best way for me to describe it. I love this game. It's terrible.
Stream. I mean, we played it here on stream not too long ago, and, you know, my stance on it has softened quite a bit. But, like, I will say that when you play it and when you kind of, you know, play through the story, you kind of see everything the game has pretty quickly, I feel like. And there's not really a lot of things there to keep it alive after the fact. So
that really is its biggest issue. Like, it's kind of like, I've said this about the game. It's basically a modern era version of something like No Mercy. Literally, like, you're not really playing it for all the other stuff. You're mostly just playing it because it's a fun game. Yeah, but for a modern game, that's not enough.
I mean, even No Mercy had, like, more to, like, do and offer. So
I know, but what I'm getting is, like, the AEW game gives you what you want. It's a fun wrestling game, but that's it.
It gives you what you it gives you what you want, I guess, and no more. So
yeah, and that's its biggest flaw.
So yeah. Yeah. I wanted to show Nelson the wrestler we've been making in Day of Reckoning, which, by the way, is an incredible game. It makes me mad I didn't grow
Hello,
up with
Mario.
the GameCube. All I care for about it 2K26 is that they are going to censor the heck out of the WWF logo. I personally don't know how you can do a revisit of the Attitude Era without Vince McMahon. That's not me saying that they should add in Vince McMahon. I'm just saying I don't know how they'll do it without him.
Yeah, you know? It's one of those things where it's like, I know this conversation comes up a lot, but I will keep bringing it up. It's like, you know, with freaking Chris Benoit, some of the best matches from that era came from him, and trying to act like they never happened is disrespectful for that time frame. It's kind of like how some people are trying to say Chris Jericho never existed because of Chris Jericho's, like, diminishing reputation over the years.
I feel like that in Benoit's case, that's a bit... I mean, that's a bit more earned considering, you know, everything. But, you know.
But that's kind of one of those things where it's like, you can't really ignore that, like, he gave some of the best matches that we've seen during that era.
Well, sure. But so did Eddie Guerrero, you know?
Yeah, but those are two different people. You get what I'm getting at.
I get what you're getting at, and I will say that, listen, Day of Reckoning.
Well, it's like you said, like, no, you don't want them to bring back Vince McMahon, but doing an Attitude Era WWE time frame without Vince McMahon is kind of like, what's the right way to put it?
It's like, why even do it to begin with?
Exactly. Why even do it to begin with?
Hold on, I need to plug in.
At that point, you might as well just at that point you might as well just pretend it never existed, which many people will find disrespectful, like me.
Hold on, I need to get. I need to plug in my GameCube controller so I can show you this shit, because it's funny as hell.
Oh, brother.
But no, I'm Day of Reckoning. This game is awesome, right here. It makes me upset that I did grow up with a GameCube. I had a PS2, and obviously those had the SVR games, and, you know, I love half of... or at least half of them. I love half of them. But,
funny thing with me, go ahead.
But, like, you know, none of them play like Day of Reckoning does, because, like, Day of Reckoning is, like, an entirely different beast compared to, you know, those games. And
funnily
it makes
enough,
me
with
upset
me,
that I didn't grow up with it.
Funnily enough, with me, I grew up more with a GameCube and Xbox.
Mm-hmm.
but I didn't really get that many GameCube games. I'm not joking when I say this, but my parents bought me way, way more Xbox games than GameCube games. I had to practically beg them to buy me a GameCube game for my birthday, and more specifically, to buy me Resident Evil 4.
Because it wasn't on the PS2 yet.
And even then, well, I didn't have a PS2. That PS2 was my parents'.
Ah, right. Yeah.
I had an Xbox. But yeah, like, no, I just wanted Resident Evil 4, and the PS2 version of Resident Evil 4 is not that good. Like, a lot of people agree nowadays that version is arguably the worst version.
But no, they're gonna censor the heck out of the WWF logo. Again, like, you know, like the controversies that, you know, a lot of those people have been in, combined with guys just not being there anymore. Like, how are you gonna do the Attitude Era without, you know, the Hardys, you know, like Edge and Christian and the Dudleys, you know?
Yeah, they were pretty synonymous for hardcore matches and stuff of that nature.
Because you know, Copeland and Christian, they're obviously not there. They are in AEW, and you know, the Hardys are in TNA, and I know they have a thing with TNA, or at least they used to. Oh yeah, by the way, they used to have that, so
They said that
not
the
even
Dudleys
that
are on the
applies anymore.
They said that the Dudleys are on the 2K26 cover.
Yeah, but like they're not really signed anywhere. Sorry, yes, you're right. The Dudleys could be included, but like, how are you gonna like tell their story without ENC and the Hardys, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's just like,
Again,
there's a lot of people from that era that are, you know, that are either not being included either because, you know, they work somewhere else, or they're too controversial or, you know, heinous to include. So
which basically just continues the whole thing of why even do this if you're missing some of the biggest standouts during that time frame.
like, I don't know how you can do it without Vince, because, you know, like it or not, Vince was the biggest heel of that era. So
Yeah, I mean, seriously, when you think, like, one of the things when you think of Attitude Era, you think about that massive fucking table, ladders, and chairs match between
yeah,
the Dudleys, the Hardys, and Edge and Christian. Like,
yeah, both of
fuck,
them,
man,
you know.
that match was in fucking sanity.
So are you seeing
It is
this?
crazy how nobody got injured and all that.
I mean, they were made of sterner stuff, I guess. I mean, like, listen, a lot of that shit would end up catching up to them. Like, Edge had to, like, you know, retire and then unretire, but that process took like almost a decade, you know. And
No, yeah, like there's no denying that.
obviously the Hardys are fucking beat to hell, especially Matt. Matt walks like there's no room in this town for the two of us, you know.
You can say the same thing about freaking Mick Foley. Like, fuck, man.
Mick Foley did not need to go that hard, but I'm glad he did.
Yeah, his body's like so mangled up, it's not even funny.
But he seems to be doing well for himself. Anyways, this man, his name, he is the Fishbone Cracker Nelson. He is Egg Hachi, short named Egg, and he's on Raw. He has a lot going for him right now. Okay, he has a lot going for him right now. He has a giant bald spot. His comb is afraid of that bald spot, as you can see. He has all thighs and butt, no calves. he has like tiny baby hands and big gloves. He's incredible.
Feet don't even look like they would support this weight.
His feet look like baby feet. He has a royal ass. Dude, that is a royal ass. And he has a crown on his butt. Let's not forget that. Oh, by the way, I need to move the crown. Hold on just a second. Because now that we're out of developmental, the crown, oh shit. The crown needs to like go further up. So hold on. It's traveling upwards and it will eventually get to his head.
Dude, it feels like this is a character you can make in Street Fighter 6, and yes, you could.
You genuinely can't make a guy like this in wrestling games anymore, I feel like. Just something this absolutely absurd.
I mean, I'm gonna bring this up. Maximilian pretty much is someone who doesn't care about wrestling games, but he always brings up like this is why they sell because of how stupid you can make characters at times.
It's the creation stuff that keeps it alive, brother. What can I say? All right.
No, I agree. I agree. I feel like without the go ahead.
So the crown is on his lower back now. Eventually, it will get to his head, and that will be at WrestleMania. That'll be the crown moment. Ow! That will be, you could call his crowning moment at WrestleMania.
Are there sound effects playing on the stream? Because I'm not hearing them through the share screen.
There are, yes.
Okay.
I just don't want everything doubling over in my ears.
No, you're good.
And he comes out like this because, as I told you in the beginning, he is a combination of Heihachi, Jim Carrey's Eggman, and a fish. That's kind of what we've all figured here. So I figured I would give him an entrance befitting of his stature. Hold on just a second.
Yeah, I know, because the load times. That is the one negative of this game. The load times can be
The stream didn't want to show Garrison Cade, and you know that's understandable. Who the heck is Garrison Cade? Do you remember Lance Cade? He is the future Lance Cade. He didn't do much.
Like,
the only thing he really did was win the tag straps with Trevor Murdoch in the mid-2000s. So...
God, I remember that, actually.
Former NWA World Heavyweight Champion Trevor Murdoch. So yes, he comes out like this. He comes out to the Bone Cracker because, of course, with Kane's Titantron, surrounded by fire. He is the Fishbone Cracker, Egghachi. He just walks through the fire. He runs away from the fire. Gets in the ring, looks around. No fire. Phew. That was close. Oh, wait.
Oh my God.
And he just gets fried. And he tries to put himself out on the ropes. It is my favorite fucking entrance that we ever made. Because I call that flash fried right there. That fish is flash fried, brother. I love it.
Yeah, like I said, if there's one thing Dave Reckoning definitely has bad, it's these load times. Holy shit.
Yeah, but that was just kind of the era. You know, like everything
I'm just
had like
saying
shitty
that
load times.
some games on the PS2 were faster. Like, some games on the PS2 were faster.
Well, unfortunately, I'm using my totally authentic GameCube. So...
Oh yeah, you're good. So that's why I'm like, that's like one of the big negatives I can say about this game, is that those load times can be a bit yikes.
Future first round ballot Hall of Famer. I mean, if he survives to the Day of Reckoning 2, he just might. But no, like this fucking character, right? I am confident that I will never be able to recreate this in any future game. There's just too much here, you know? There's like too many like proprietary things. The proportions just can't be made like this anymore and look this fucking goofy. Like everything just feels a bit more rigid compared to this.
After this game and obviously like Here Comes the Pain, the later wrestling games would be a little more like normal with their character creator.
Mm-hmm.
They'd be a lot more normal with their character. Could you get away with some dumb bullshit? Yeah, you still could, but it didn't really feel as crazy as you could get with some of the early SmackDown games and with this game in particular.
No. But like, even with, you know, just kind of this not doing well and things loading real slow, I just really enjoyed like the moment-to-moment gameplay of this. Like, no other game, I feel, gives you the kind of control that this game has over the pace of a match.
No, yeah, that's kind of the one thing is like this definitely feels like one of the best playing games of the era. It's just a shame that, again, it came out on a console nobody cared about anymore.
This is one of the only wrestling games that I actively want to be a submission specialist in, because putting someone in a hold is no longer just a matter of whether you make them tap out or not. You can actually kind of spend some time working over a body part and let that ride for a while without actively working to tap them out. So yeah.
What are we gonna do,
Enjoy the
Yakuza?
speed. I enjoy the sound. Yes, we are. I'm just stimming right now. I'm stimming right now.
I know, because I see you about to go do a match and stuff like that. I'm like, damn, we've really course corrected, huh?
Thank you for stopping me, I guess. guys, should we play Yakuza or should I play more Day of Reckoning? I'm fine with either or, really. I fucking love this game. I love the speed of it. I love the sound design. The sounds in this game are equal parts awesome and hilarious, because the chop sound effect is dead ass the Johnny Test whip crack. It's so funny.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It's literally the Johnny Test whip crack and different variations of it. Every time a chop is popped off, I laugh a little bit because I'm reminded of it.
Yeah, the sad part with these
everything
games
is really meaty and crunchy. It sounds really good.
The sad part for me with these games, I never owned them. I only played them at a friend's place or borrowed it. I tried looking for a copy, but these games are weirdly rare.
They kind of are, yeah. I mean, I feel like I saw it once in the wild, but that's really it. So
yeah, I'm gonna say this right now: the Day of Reckoning games are about as rare as, not even joking, Here Comes the Pain. It's really hard to find a copy of SmackDown Here Comes the Pain nowadays, and it's actually going up in price. I've seen it hit the $40-50 range.
Right.
This game, I think, is in the $60 to almost $80 range. It's just that rare. And apparently there weren't that many copies made. That's another problem, is that not many copies of this game or the second game were made. I think less of the second game was made.
I'd imagine that, just the kind of install base that the GameCube had too, this game was always going to have an uphill battle. But yeah.
Yeah, basically, because
probably. So
no, yeah, it's like I said, it's a fun as hell wrestling game, and definitely one of my favorites.
I enjoy that there's a house show stage. I enjoy how everyone in the developmental Tory besides Matt Hardy and Booker T comes out to polyamorous. We've taken to calling them the polycule. So
God.
Which I don't know. I just think that's fun. But yeah. Chat. I'm done with Day of Reckoning for now. We gotta unfortunately, I'm kidding. We gotta actually do what we're here to do tonight, and that is play some goddamn Yakuza. But first I need to run an ad. So we'll do that, and then we'll get going.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos,
Ow.
my dudes?
Raw rolls on after this.
That tiny ass table.
It's the best. I thought about fixing it, but then I figured no, it's better.
Now
this
for
way.
sports games. WWF No Mercy is the
hey,
latest title from
Speaking of,
all of which are inferior
Speaking
to
of wrestling.
Acclaim's WWF Warzone and Attitude
Well, it all
titles.
works out.
While the roster of this game is certainly impressive,
yeah, it's like that
the
table
fact
looks
is
like
that
one of
the
those tables you would
wrestling
have
is
for
slow, and
a
setting
tech
up
deck.
for fancier moves is next to impossible. We were pulling our hair out
I'll
trying
keep
to
it.
do the people's elbow.
I'll keep it that way.
Come on, it's just an
It's
elbow
funnier.
drop. Almost
It's
every
funnier that way.
wrestler in the game has some kind of elbow drop,
Man.
but they just had to make it super complicated for The Rock. That's absurd, folks. The sound quality in this game is also terrible, with many of the iconic themes being crushed down to fit on the Nintendo 64. And the entrances have been reduced to 10 seconds of posing on the ramp. A real downgrade from what even WCW Revenge offered. One thing Aki does better than Acclaim, however, is customization. You can change almost everything about every wrestler in the game. We brought back the skinny white turd from our review of WWF Attitude, and gave him a great entrance. Here's what our game guy, Tom Allen, cooked up for us.
Reminding me I need to buy more games for my N64.
Oh, for some reason, sexual chocolates seem right.
Turd. Just turd.
All right.
Oh god, that reminds me of how literally there's a character in fucking one of the N64 games literally just called Ho.
Which? Wait, hold on. Yeah. Like literally, like in No Mercy, like you could play as one of the Godfather's hoes, I think, and they have like different skins. So.
Yup, and literally, like, I find it funny because I was watching like a compilation video, and yeah, literally just running to the ring for the Royal Rumble was Ho.
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my
I remember
dudes.
seeing that in goddamn New Legacy's Royal Rumble fun, and I thought that was fun. Hi, welcome back to Raw. Alright, let's actually fucking do what we want to do here.
Just imagine fucking Royal Rumble, no person comes out and they're just called Ho. Like, what the fuck?
I'm banking on them to win the whole thing, dude.
Oh my god,
They're
this
going
is
up against
why.
Stone Cold. They're going up against Stone Cold at Mania.
Oh god, no. It's over.
I don't really want to fight anyone at the moment. I would like to, because I marked a part-time hero thing that I want to get done here first before we get into the new things. No, go away.
Oh man, though.
Oh,
like,
I don't want you right now.
dude, that would be one hell of a topic to talk about, like top 10 wrestling games.
It would be, yeah. I mean, like... In my head, my favorite is probably SVR 2011. But, you know, I have a lot of nostalgia for it. So, oh, hey, what's this? Damn. I really should have stayed inside today. Is that part-time hero supposed to be here by now? Oh, that must be my client. The time to play part-time hero? Absolutely.
Time to clean up.
Never fear. Part-time hero's here to help. Shh. Don't try acting all cool. I'll beat your ass and take your money, too.
Let's beat him down.
Let's
Come
go.
on by, miss you.
I mean, I make no qualms. I mean, I make it no secret that my favorite wrestling games are stuff like Here Comes the Pain, No Mercy.
Sure.
Shit, though I also realized that if we were to do like a list of that, well, I wouldn't even consider it, but a discussion could be made about Def Jam Vendetta being on it, because that's more a wrestling game than Fight for New York.
I'm not that.
God, Vendetta is a fun game, but there's no creative character in that one.
Yeah, so you can only play as the included roster.
No. You pick an original character to play as. The thing is that they all lean towards a certain play style. So,
Sure.
if you wanted to play like the Luchador character, even if you hate the way they look, too bad. That's what you're playing as. Yeah, it's like weird. Like that's like the only. That's like the first game did not have a creative character suite. The second
It's
game
like the
did.
only Aki game that
I'm not
has
backing down.
Come on now.
Yeah, pretty much. Whereas the second game, obviously, you're able to create your own character, no problem. My favorite wrestling game was SmackDown. Just bring it. I don't blame you on that. I do. I grew up on those games the most. I grew up on the PS1, PS2 era of. Actually, no. By then, I was reaching my teenage years. I mostly grew up on the N64 wrestling games. So, WrestleMania 2000, WCW, NWO, Revenge, No Mercy, stuff like that.
I guess, yeah, like, what's everyone's favorite, like, wrestling game in chat right now?
Funny thing is, I actually also had Legends of Wrestling on my Game Boy Advance.
Oh, God. Dude, on the GBA? Oh, no.
The sad part is, that one was better than the console version.
Is it really? I mean, like,
Yes.
the console version was, like, working off of, like, you know, the Warzone framework, so...
Yeah, and that game was butt. The Game Boy Advance one is definitely going off its own thing, but you want to know what? It felt more fun to play.
Legends of Wrestling definitely feels like a game that hasn't evolved past the N64. So
No, it doesn't. Same thing with like the Raw game on Xbox. Like
the Raw game on Xbox is like just a gruesome beast, though.
it really is, but it feels like a game that's like trying to be different. But God, it feels like something I would have been playing on the N64 at some point or another.
Get a fucking bowl here. Oh, right.
Chairs.
None are safe from me.
It's kind of funny. There were some GBA games that are really good, and nobody talks about them. Like, for example, the isometric Spyro games. Those were really good on the Game Boy Advance.
I only know about those because of categories. So.
Yeah, like, I only had the first one, which was Season of Ice. I only played that one. But it was a good game, honestly. As a Spyro fan, that was one of my favorites. And then there were some games on this. Go ahead.
Probably also say that Here Comes the Pain is one of my favorites. Because
Hello, Mario.
The SVR games, I played that one probably the most.
Yeah, I really like Here Comes the Pain because of its, like, really open framework. But, as you've noticed, it does have kind of like a similar problem to AEW, where it's like a lot of the scenarios repeat.
Hey.
This is no place to bring a proper lady, you know, Chief. What happened to NANBA?
Excuse me.
Well, he got himself into some trouble, so we like to take a look at his stuff. You're just gonna dig through your friend's stuff without his permission? It's our only hope of saving him. Don't get us wrong. See. I won't stop you then. Good golly, how long have you been at this game now? Quite a bit, because we keep picking it up and dropping it. We'll leave as soon as we're done.
And doing a lot of side stuff as well. Which is kind of the point of Yakuza games. You don't want to just blitz the story. You do want to do the side stuff as well, because it's fun.
Yeah, kind of nostalgia coming back here. Here it is. What is that smell? Some combination of sweat and mold?
Yeah, it reeks in here.
See anything that might sorry, Mom. I see anything that might help us find where he is? Hey, what about in here? It's a
yes, the glowing box.
It's a box.
A laptop? Not exactly a common homeless commodity. I'd say that's right on the money.
Really? How do you use this thing? What are you typing?
Oh yeah, because remember, Ichiban went to jail in 1998.
I'm doing some searches that'll come through the whole hard drive. Searches? Yeah, if the search gets a hit, we'll check out the file. Oh my gosh. Just shut up and watch, would you?
I'm not much of a computer guy myself. Let's let her handle this one. Oh, so my time frames are on not 98. It was somewhere else. But either way, he went to jail before smartphones, the computers became more commonplace.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I did in my book club, so I learned enough. My
2002.
Some respect around here. Absolutely. Please be our sage in this fated hour.
It was 2002. I remember now. He went to jail in 2002, went and stayed there for 17 years. So yeah.
This one's suspicious. Gene Show incident. Giraffe version 2.
Yeah, let's see what's in that one.
Hey, you know how to use computers too?
Well, I clearly know more than you.
You traitor.
Hello, Mario.
Is this an article he was writing for a magazine? It says it was written by Shoichi Akaba.
Soichi Akaba? That's Nanba's brother.
Shiku on my Zant. Hi, Patootie. How are you? Also, hi, Dan. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. Yeah, mysterious fake money emerges. And Ijincho.
Injincho.
Yes, the truth behind the rumors. Where are the counterfeit bills? The truth behind the rumors.
Yo.
Check it out. It says the rumors about the fake money started over 50 years ago.
I thought for a second I had to move the mouse cursor. He really did his homework on all these old documents. And, NANBA's brother is pretty
Hey,
good.
yeah.
Hey, is this true? It says the fake money can be traced to the chair of the Citizens Liberal Party.
That would be Ogikubo, right? He's at the top of the political party. Well, Yokohama is Ogikubo's district, but it doesn't seem likely that it would go all the way to him.
CLP, a party chair. Counterfeit money ended up in party veteran Ogikubo's pocket.
Okay.
What's his deal?
He's almost 80 years old, making him the oldest member of the CLP. Though people say the Prime Minister himself is just Ogikubo's yes man, he got major political clout.
Sounds like some kind of fixer. Sounds shady as hell to me.
Actually, he's never been dragged into anything scandalous over his years, unlike most of the big politicians. That's probably how he stuck around so long, to be honest.
But theoretically, the fake money is going to him. Does that mean that he leads to the
Gomi Jewel.
And that Barbie? That's crazy.
But in that case, it wouldn't just be the Gomi Jewel. Zhao from Liumong would have to be in on it. He's the one providing the paper, right? But skimming this article, I don't think there's much of a smoking gun. So all this business about Ogikubo being involved is just unsubstantiated rumors.
Okay.
True. Even if the article went out, it's all just libelous. People would probably write it off as being gossip or tabloid nonsense. But as for us, we actually know that the fake money exists.
Right, which means we have to assume there's some kernels of truth in this article. Even with that being said, isn't it kind of a stretch to connect Ogikubo to the counterfeiting?
I see.
Something just made sense. What did? Nanba knew about his brother's work from the start of this whole thing. So when he saw the misprinted fake bill that I had on me, he played dumb. But it must have made him jumpy. No doubt. It's probably when he realized that his brother's story had some truth to it after all. It was probably his first sign of hope in a long time. It's gotta be why he latched onto me the way he did. Damn it. I wish I would have noticed sooner. But you didn't do anything wrong.
So the Gomi Joe boss still has your bill?
Yeah. I'll have to get it back from her next time we meet.
You think she'll just hand it back to you?
Now let's focus, guys. But the only thing that we learned from here is his name. There's nothing here that would give us any hints about where Nanba went. If we're meeting up here, we're meeting up with her at 2 a.m., right?
Yep.
Yeah. We should probably start heading to High-End Tower.
You think the person she wants us to meet is Ogikubo himself?
A politician? No way. Alright. The cold and lack of sunlight has weakened me. It's weakened me too, man. Is everyone, like, fucking cold right now? Because,
Yeah,
like,
it's. I've already told you, it's been bad where I am. We went into single digits, and it's currently still snowing outside.
seriously, I hope
We even
everyone
got-
is still keeping warm out there, because it is bad, and over here it is probably going to get worse. Ah,
We
I'm
even-
not looking. Okay, there
We
you
even
go.
got warned on the Uber app that if we're going to do delivery, to obviously be careful, especially when we're driving to some of the more rural areas. Otherwise, if we don't need to drive, it would be better to avoid it.
Exactly. I been hunkering down in here for like the past couple days. So,
Truth be told, I would have delivered today, even if it with all the snow, because even with a few places closed, there's still going to be a lot of people ordering out for whatever. So it's going to be very busy right now for those who are out there. It's just obviously you got to be safe out there. Plus, I'm used to driving
until I need to. So.
Plus, I'm used to driving in snow, especially on dirt roads. So I'm used to it at this point.
Oh, hey, more part-time hero. I'm not snooping. I'm here to do a job. Now, where's this part-time hero guy?
My man looking like he's 7 foot right there.
Sorry for the wait. I'm the part-time hero. And hey, why don't you step back and let my client do his job? You're the one who's gonna step back into an early grave. All fucking bottom.
Ready.
Cool.
What the fuck is that giant ass fuck?
He's Triple H. He pulled out the shovel.
Come on.
Shovel.
I'm up. I got this.
Oh, they're weak to fire.
Here we go.
That is not a shovel. That is a fucking piece of concrete and rebar.
It is, though.
That is like a hammer that you would use with Saejima in the previous games.
It's whirling beast.
Don't get cocky.
You know, I say that, Logan, but there's actually a weapon in Yakuza 5 that's literally called a don't sign.
You know what?
It does
I love that.
It does 1,500 damage, but there's a problem with that weapon.
Oh, yeah?
It breaks after one hit.
Oh! Ah, damn it. Okay. Hold on.
Yeah, the weapon breaks after one hit, man.
Let's go.
You're gonna
No,
be
I
the
saw that he
world.
guarded. So.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm telling you, like, that don't sign weapon, it breaks after one hit. You wanna know what's the best way to use it?
Drone attack.
I'm not that
What?
dead.
With the heat action, because if you beat the enemy before, like, if you beat the enemy with that heat action, the weapon won't break. Oh my god!
Did you really need to go around? You couldn't have vaulted?
The fucking roundabout.
You couldn't have vaulted over that?
No, she couldn't. The fucking
Into the road
roundabout.
with you.
Oh my god, that is doing nothing to him.
No!
All right, let's do it.
What? Nelson strike.
Oh yeah, I forgot you got that.
The combined force of a Nelson hold and a good old-fashioned punch.
Oh, he finally made his way back over.
Oh, hey!
Let's
Hey,
go.
we might actually be able to do it. Oh, nice. It's like -14 around here due to the wind chill.
Yeah,
it's
I feel
what
that.
the fuck? He no-sold that. Did you see that?
Yes, did. This Ichiban, why? 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 Why?
Stop!
Why?
Stop!
Why? Please explain to me why.
He's trying to get inside his head. I guess.
What the fuck is this?
It's barely doing anything.
My man
over
was
there.
being so, like, indecisive. You just hit him. Like, isn't he weak to, like, your strikes with this?
It's like weak to fire, yes.
Yeah.
What the? Go over there! Okay, good.
He bikes.
Ow.
Here we go.
I'm gonna try and
Just
heal.
a random barber sign comes down after.
Don't get cocky. You're in it now.
And now
You
he's
need
climbing
this.
over.
Appreciate it.
This is...
Nobody can make a decision on
This
if they
right
want to
here
be
is
in
the
the...
dividing line. So...
Nobody wants to decide if they want to be on the streets or if they want to be in there. Make a choice.
Right.
It's like, make a choice. Are you in the street or are you on the sidewalk?
Cool. Holy shit. It's a good thing he has only like one attack. So...
Oh my god, they can't decide.
Cool.
This shit is crazy, dude.
They can't decide if they want to be... Everyone can't decide.
Fucking get bashed into a cut. What?
He just
Okay.
said no.
Okay, fine.
He literally said no.
This on the side.
They leave the enemy chum. Let's see what they can do.
This man legit. What?
Dude, he just broke a
just
goddamn
tele-
pottery.
He just teleported over there. Oh, now we're back on the street again.
Fucking go!
God damn it.
Okay. Dude.
What is happening right now? This is the
They
worst
have-
place to be fighting. This is the actual worst place to be fighting.
Here we go.
Fucking go! Dude! Fine, you know what? Collapsing chair. Fuck you.
We can't. They can't.
I'm not backing down.
Oh, this is
awful,
shit.
man.
This is shit.
Right.
This is worse than a WWE camera that can't decide who to keep the focus on.
Sure, wow. I'm trying to
Holy-
freaking just like hit him with like all of my like big fire moves here.
Let's go. Feeling good.
Imagine if you didn't have a fire move.
Dude, this would
This would
take
be
so
taking-
long.
This would be taking a lot longer. This is already taking long.
It would take so long.
Oh yeah.
Alright, well how about this? Tenacious Fist.
Check this out.
I'm gonna fist you.
Phrasing.
Nice!
Holy shit.
That took way more effort than I thought it would. And I didn't get any money from it.
Well, you get it after the reward for these,
Oh.
remember?
Yeah, lots of things are weak to fire in this, it feels like.
Oh my god, that was
With
fucking
finesse.
hilarious.
They just had
Nobody,
no
like-
clue how to deal with like the barrier there. They had no clue how to deal with the guardrail.
Oh, you reached
okay.
the... Yeah.
Okay, we
So you gotta go
actually-
north. You gotta go north and then east.
I'm stopping at the first restaurant that I can.
Oh, that was... I have no comment for any of that. That was just... go down
That
one
was
more street.
very stupid.
Yeah, like go... Yeah, like go down one... Not that way. The other, back to the main road and then just down one more. I saw a couple of restaurants. See?
Yeah, I saw that.
Well, I said go back to the main road and then just go that way. That way you don't have to fight.
Well, it looks like I'm fighting anyways.
There's more enemies. Yeah, I see that. They just showed up.
So fuck it. I'll be stealthy.
Unless I decided to turn around right this second.
I don't want to fight you right now.
Oh, that was funny. Just not even the game knew what to do in that moment.
Okay, fuck it. I mean, like, at this point, you guys are jobbers, so it's fine.
Right.
Get alive. You're in it now.
Oh, that was funny.
This out.
That was awesome.
We're in this together, guys.
The game had no idea what to do with all those barriers.
You're gonna be
And the fight couldn't even decide, like, do we want to be on the streets? Do we want to be on the sidewalk? Like, pick one. Choose a lane.
No. All the lanes.
Exactly.
Every lane possible, I
I'm
choose.
not backing down.
I think, like, all these guys are weak to physical, too, so it should be...
Don't get cocky.
Ow.
Is this the real Like a Dragon street fight? Dude, I remember so many people
Jeff
hated that, and I'm like, brother, stop.
Here we
You
go.
guys are just
Like, so
Jeff
many-
Jarrett. Right here.
Like, so many people just hate fun.
All right.
People being like, oh, this is why wrestling's in the shitter. I'm like, buddy, we used to get shit like this back in the 90s and early
Dragon
2000s.
Street
What do you
fight.
fucking mean?
Featuring the man that forgot his own name. Here we go.
Oh, man,
The image
dude.
of Konosuke, goddamn, using a bike like he's like using a heat attack is awesome to me.
Yeah, exactly. Man, it kind of sucks that Like a Dragon Gaiden is actually one of the weaker games in the series. I've heard from plenty of people say like it's fun with the gameplay, but man, in terms of story, it's almost as blah or even arguably bad as Yakuza 3. And I can definitely attest to that. Yakuza 3's story is pretty fucking bad. You can't go that way either. You gotta go north.
Can't go anyway. I'll go this
Yeah,
way.
you just gotta go north.
Fine.
Not to mention the fact that they're no longer
I am
doing
Dr. Henry Killinger, and this is my magic murder bag.
That's me whenever I use goddamn, a breaker style in this game. It's my magic killing bag. No,
Yeah, like I said, kind of sucks that Gaiden apparently is like fine with its gameplay, but not so good with its story. But it is the prequel game to Infinite Wealth. I think you have to go further north, dude. Yeah.
this is nuts.
Go Team Venture.
And I guess that, like, Yakuza 3 keeps on losing, because apparently, like, the early impressions of Kiwami 3 aren't very good. At least according to, like, Japanese players. So.
I can believe that, because, dude, Yakuza 3 has always been cursed. Yakuza 3 when... Hi, Patch. Yeah, Yakuza 3 has...
I don't know which cat was shown, but hello.
It was Ollie.
Cat. Hi, Ollie.
It was
How are you?
Yeah, I'm gonna say this right now as somebody who has played the remastered version of 3 and the original version. Dude, Yakuza 3 has always been fucking cursed. The original version of 3 went through not only localization changes that nobody fucking liked, but they also removed content from the game that yeah, like they removed content from the original Yakuza 3 that made a lot of gameplay features completely worthless. Like, you know, like the hostess clubs, those were completely removed in Yakuza 3.
Aww, but I love the hostess clubs. That was fun.
Which also meant that a lot of the items that you would get to give as gifts to the hosts were useless. There was even a whole sub-story that involved the hostess clubs that were basically unplayable because guess what? They're not in the game. The remaster brought that back, and the remaster actually fixed the dubbing. Because, yeah, the American release of Yakuza 3, the dubbing was changed so weirdly, and they even went back to some of the Yakuza 1 dubbing. So instead of, you know, like Kiryu's like foster father being known as Kazama, they went back to calling him Fuma. Yeah, which was a Yakuza 1 thing only. Hell, even with fucking other characters, they even messed that up. Like, you know how like Majima's always calling Kiryu Kiryu-chan?
I don't want to get into a part-time hero thing unless I get my ass kicked again.
I mean, you're healed up and everything.
I am healed up. That's very true.
For some reason, Logan, instead of calling him Kiryu-chan, you want to know what he called him instead? And you're gonna hate this.
No.
And you're gonna hate this, Logan. Kazi-chan.
So, like, he even goes further into that name stuff.
Yeah, but that was more of an English translation decision, and everybody fucking hated that.
High carb, snack and sprinter, and pro pick.
Yeah, like Patch said, I like what I played of Yakuza 3 Remastered, but Yakuza 0... Are you talking about Kiwami 3, or are you talking about the re-releases for, like, the Remastered Collection on PS4? Because you have to remember, there is a difference now. Yakuza 3 Kiwami is a remake.
What? Not the soft-serve ice cream. Get over here. Give that shit back.
The remaster that they did of Yakuza 3 pretty much brought back all of the original content and fixed the dub.
You're gonna get
Not the dub. Sorry, they fixed the translations. Thank fuck for that.
Give me back my shit.
Let's go.
Wait,
But
no, do I get it back? Hold on.
I'm not.
There should
No,
be
you
a
got it
Rick and
back.
Morty anime spin-off called My Grandpa Reincarnated as a Pickle.
You go to hell and you fucking die.
what? I'm gonna tell you this right now, Logan. It's still Yakuza 3.
I see.
The problem with Yakuza 3 is that not only does it have one of the worst stories in the series, dude, that gameplay is terrible. There's a reason why the first half of Yakuza 3 is known as Block Simulator.
Right.
Like, I'm not
Because you're
joking.
just like blocking everything all the time.
No, the enemies are blocking everything from you. From the weakest jobbers to the fucking bosses. They block the fucking world.
You're gonna get
Come on
stomped.
now. Check this out.
Just block plus L plus ratio.
It's like,
Just
I
the
hate it.
entire
The greatest
time.
example is the first fight against Rikia. The first fight against him is like block fucking simulator. So it's like fuck punching, grab all of the chairs that are in this diner and just beat them up with those.
See? See, now you're fucking like... See, now you're really thinking with chairs. Okay? That right there's why I break them. Okay?
But it's like
So
once you
that way
make
they
it
can
past the
never be
halfway,
used on me.
like once you make it past the halfway mark of the game, because that's when you start learning some of the busted moves. The enemies still try to block the world on you, but they can't do dick anymore. And now the fights
Oh,
become
fuck.
piss easy.
Hold on, do I need to go in here like right now? Ion Tower, huh? Pretty fancy spot. I think they'll treat us to a meal. If that was the case, you wouldn't even pass the dress code. Alright then. About professional wrestler going to another world. Well, what world would they go to, Dan?
Exactly. You can't just like bring up Isekai and then say another
no,
world.
No. I'm like actually like asking him. I would like to know what he's. I want to get
No,
into
that's what
his
I'm saying.
brain.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can't really bring that up and then not really follow it up. You got to give us like an idea of where you're talking about.
I wrestled on Monday Night Raw and then was reincarnated as a snake dog would go hard. What would go even harder is if it was reincarnated as a giraffe. Oh, now that's fucking money, brother. Huh? Why? Besides, it says right on the door. No Yakuza or ex-Yakuza allowed.
real?
Seriously? It was a joke, dummy. We're not here to eat regardless. Ah, don't tease. I never got to come to these kinds of places.
What about me, though? Would my clothes pass? Hell no, they wouldn't pass.
No, you look like a bum. For real, Ryuichi. I'd say you're in the same boat as Ichiban.
I knew it should have changed.
Hey,
As I was saying, we're not here to eat. I guess not. Shall we then?
I don't think Adachi
No, I
looks like
saw
a
a
bum.
thing out there. Wait, don't go.
I don't think Adachi looks like a bum. He just like
Nobody's here.
definitely doesn't look like he would fit in this place.
aw, are you scared? Don't be so wimpy. I thought you were a cop.
What
That was
the
a long time ago. I'm a driving instructor now.
Dachi-san's just allergic to fancy restaurants, that's all. He's a man of basic tastes.
It's true. I only ever go to fast food joints.
Ugh,
My man.
so gross.
Also true.
Right on time.
My man.
Unless,
Waiting for you.
Well, we weren't late.
unless it's like Panda
Give an
Express, you can
apology.
actually kind of hack
And I
that a
wasn't
little bit to be
expecting one.
decent.
I just thought I'd let you know. Of course.
That's
now
all I'm like,
you
dude,
know
I'm with Adachi. I mostly eat fast food, and it's like, that's disgusting. Yeah, also true.
You'll see. Go in, please.
Like, Logan, you've
There's
seen
no
me.
need
I
to
dress
worry.
very bummy, but I do that on
To the
purpose.
sun. You have the
orange chicken
Jungihan
hits different
guarantee
sometimes,
that
I
no
will say.
harm will come to you here.
I do agree.
Hard to trust the guy who was pointing a gun at me
It's
just a
pure
few hours
sugar,
ago.
but that's what I want
Ah.
sometimes.
But now we are outside the bounds of the Great Wall of Muscle.
And hey, chicken is still good protein.
Yeah, it's good enough, even when it's fried.
Dude, a lot of chicken is fried.
Yeah, I know.
That was Song Hui.
Here we go.
I do grilled chicken, but that's just because, yeah. Better option.
Yes, it is.
Yo,
You mostly get fast food as well, Patch.
Zhao.
Wait. It's him.
Hey, what's up with the old guy?
Watch it. That's Ryuhei Hoshino, the Seiryu clan chairman.
What? But if he's here, then that would mean they're...
Yeah. The Agene 3. All the leaders gathered in the same spot.
Kasuga,
Yep.
think you can tell us what the hell is going on here?
Hello, Mario.
Well, no, I didn't say it was good, like, all the time. Or, like, I'm not saying it's, like, the best food ever. I'm just saying it hits different.
And we're in a Chinese restaurant in game. Yup.
We're in a Chinese restaurant in game. We are, yeah. I want super greens, please. Oh, hey.
Oh, that's the end of the chapter.
Oh, that's the end of the stream. No, it's not. We still have 3 more hours. Can we get someone...
Damn, we were that close to the end of the chapter.
Can we get some in-game fortune cookies? And can we make sure that the fortunes aren't actually fortunes, but
Please,
just, like,
step
compliments
inside.
and praise? Because that's all I get for fortune cookies now.
Hey, aren't these 3 supposed to be fighting a war?
Supposed to be.
Kind of a weird place for us to meet, Chairman Hoshino. Especially considering the 3 of you look more like you're ready to have a tea party than tear each other's throats out.
Usually we meet only once a year, unless there is a need to share information face to face, as we must now.
Also, hi, I play games. Welcome
We
to
always
Spice
do
One
what
Point
it
Club.
takes to keep the Great
Hopefully you're
Wall
doing well.
intact.
Hopefully you're staying warm.
Your men are killing each other out there. You don't want to stop them?
Stop them? 2 of my youngest men were gunned down without mercy. Liumang Turf's been raided right up to the perimeter of their base. There's no stopping any of it now. At this point, whoever retreats first will have lost the war. I can't lay down my spear until that happens.
That's pretty much the same deal for me.
So then why are you 2 here? Gonna decide the war over a game of cards?
Not the worst idea.
What the fuck? People are dying! And meanwhile, you 3 are just hanging out playing nice? Think your men would approve? Do any of you even care what your own people think?
Kasuga, there's no need to throw fits about what you don't understand.
Do you know right now Captain Takabe is Zhao's prisoner?
Prisoner. We're treating him more like an uninvited guest. Honestly, I'd let him go if I had one good reason to. I just don't, that's all.
So you're going to sit here and do nothing? Just let the chips fall where they may?
That's how it needs to be.
A bunch more pointless deaths is how it needs to be?
They're not pointless. Our men's willingness to fight is the entire reason we're able to serve as checks on each other. As long as the triangle remains balanced, it can hold firm against outside pressure. It's much like how Japan established separation of powers after the end of its dictatorship. It's not perfect, but it's the best solution we have. Do you see
He does
the
sound like
logic
Akechi, yes.
Oh boy, a post-war history lesson.
Oh yes, it is just Akechi.
What? That's what you're comparing it to, right?
Yes, because it's relevant. The post-war period is when the town's lines of power were drawn.
Huh?
The black market was born from the ashes of the war. It laid the foundation for modern-day Jincho. Back then, the Seiryu clan was thriving. But in Chinatown, 2 rival Chinese gangs were competing for dominance. The winner of that fight prospers in Chinatown to this day. The gang that lost became the Yokohama Liumang. They were driven out of Chinatown and into Ijincho. But the Seiryu clan wasn't about to take that kind of invasion lying down. For a time, the gutters practically ran with Liumang and Seiryu blood.
Man, you gonna lecture until the bell rings, Professor?
You want to understand what's going on? Then you need the history, you smartass.
If you want to understand the fake money, that is.
The Seiryu clan knows about that?
Yes. All the fake money printed by the Komi Jewel goes through me.
But doesn't that mean the Seiryu clan is the real puppet master behind all this?
How do you figure that?
Mabuchi started forging Chinese yuan, sure. But only because of the counterfeit yen. I think I'm starting to figure all this out. The Liu Meng brings in the paper. The Komi Jewel prints the bills. But then, the Seiryu clan keeps all the profit? Wait, are you all in this together?
Kasuga-kun, calm down. You're jumping to conclusions.
Because I'm pissed off right now. First I'm kidnapped, accused of being a Seiryu Yakuza, then blamed for being the spark that ignites a war, nearly killed over NANBA's thing. Now I'm here with the Ijin 3, who, by the way, don't even give a shit about the war. Tell me, why should I calm down?
He's got a point.
And you with your damn Seiryu clan, you're the one getting the most out of this.
No, because we're not the final destination of the fake yen. That will be Yutaka Ogikubo's pocket.
Yutaka Ogikubo? I saw his name in an article. He's some big shot in the Citizens Liberal Party.
All three of you are working together to support him politically? Why?
Huh. Suddenly my history lesson seems relevant, doesn't it?
Fine, get on with it.
Ogikubo is the man who proposed making fake money in Ijincho. This was 60 years ago. He pitched the idea to the first Seiryu chairman and first Liu Meng boss.
A politician suggested committing federal crime to a bunch of gangsters? For real?
At the time, Ogikubo was only a member of the city council. But he saw the fights breaking out between the long-established Seiryu clan and the newly arrived Liu Meng. He understood it was, in essence, a turf war.
I was thinking that too. I play
Knowing
games.
that, he looked for solutions to stop the bloodshed, solutions that would save lives. And eventually, he managed to find an answer.
Fake money, of all things.
Industry, which in this case is, yes, fake money. Ogikubo split the roles up evenly. That way, both organizations would have a common goal. The Liu Meng would import special paper, the Seiryu clan would print and transport the money.
How did Ogikubo know the counterfeiting process?
He didn't at first. But since he had faith in his plan and a desire for peace, he used every single connection he had to collect the raw materials, plus the recipe. Counterfeiting wasn't that difficult back then. Currency didn't have all the security features it has now.
It's only gotten harder over the years.
But anyway, after the first batch was printed, Ogikubo used it to bribe the cops.
The cops? Not the Seiryu clan or the Liu Meng?
There would have been no point in paying off those two. That conflict goes deeper. Ogikubo understood that.
Okay, but why give it to the police?
They wanted to control them, of course. And in the blink of an eye, they became his loyal servants. That ought to surprise no one, given how corruptible law enforcement tends to be. Anyway, Ogikubo had his new minions in uniform crack down on one certain region of Ijincho.
Well, that doesn't sound like such a bad thing.
Yeah, he was making the city safer, right?
Now, that was just a side effect of what he really wanted. To squash every attempt by the Seiryu to drive out the Liu Meng. All police resources were dedicated to that one goal. It created a tiny pocket of Ijincho that was essentially violence-free.
Well, I bet that worked out great for the Liu Meng.
Oh, and you're the sharp one, I take it. Yes. That zone became the Liu Meng's home. So there it was. A place controlled by a criminal organization, but with low crime. The first gray zone.
And the Seiryu clan just accepted that. Why would they give up their territory and all its income streams like that?
Because they were getting continuous payouts from the counterfeiting operation. And that wasn't the only thing. Anytime one of us did something that normally would have landed us in hot water, Ogikubo would contain it. He kept it off police reports. That kept us from losing men to the law. So there were plenty of benefits for us. All while we kept our honor.
This Ogikubo's a pretty shrewd guy.
Nah. He just used some old tricks every politician knows.
Oh. Well, perhaps. But do you understand now how we benefit from him?
Yeah, I get it.
And my people reap those benefits also. In the 80s, the Komi Jewel was saved by the Ijincho Gray Zone.
How?
Our parent organization was the Jingon Mafia, which formed decades ago in Korea. Even only a few years ago, he was a body double for their leader. But every time the Jingon Mafia got crushed, some of its people would drift to Ijincho. My mother was one of those. I was young when she brought me here. Ijincho was a breath of fresh air after living so long under their ridiculous code. More and more people heard about the relief we found here, so more came. But then our safety was threatened by something else. As our numbers grew, so did our clashes with the Yokohama Liumang.
You started fighting them?
Not outright. Ogikubo stepped in, right before a real war erupted. He brought us a proposal, that we take over the Seiryu's counterfeiting business. It was an offer of steady income and safe territory. How could we refuse? In return, we would perform the surveillance necessary to contain the secret. That's how we started to build a system that now monitors every inch of Ijincho. It became our way to contribute to the smooth running of Ijincho, alongside the Seiryu and Liumang.
So that's the origin story behind the Ijin 3.
Ever since, we've all supported Ogikubo. And he supported us in kind. He used the huge streams of money from us to secure his seat at the helm of the Citizens' Liberal Party. Now, no one in the cabinet can speak against him.
After masterminding a way to bring peace to the city, he moved up in the world. There are worse ways to climb the ladder, but I can't condone it. It's still a cover-up.
Really?
So you would say even perfect results don't matter if the methods are flawed. What about the police themselves? What about their alliance with all the Yakuza which grew from the scorched earth of post-war Japan? Light and dark joined hands to rebuild, and that's how we got where we are today. You can't deny the ends justify the means.
Well... What does it even matter what happened? Who cares about that stuff right now? It's all in Ijincho's past. What we gotta think about is its future. So why'd you call us here? What do you want?
Your friend NANBA-kun, during his search for his brother, spied on us and invaded our privacy. I assume he began with the fake bills because that was his brother's subject of investigation. But he was reckless, digging through Komi Jewel affairs like a rabid raccoon. Right from the start, he's refused to show any respect to the Ijin 3. Now he's seen the counterfeiting for himself, and we have no idea where he is.
We must ensure his permanent silence.
Why are you telling us this? You looking to make a deal for his life or something?
A deal? Kasuga, under most circumstances, all your lives would be forfeit. But I have some idea of how this fake bill ended up in your pocket.
What?
Huh? You do?
Out of respect for this person, I will look the other way.
But who the hell was it?
If you really want to know, you'll have to bring NANBA to me. Personally.
We can't do that to Nanchan.
Sure is tempting.
Kasuga,
But I'll pass. Nothing I need to know so bad that I'd sell out a friend. So we done here?
You do realize, if word gets out about the counterfeiting, the Great Wall will crumble. And that means the end of the Gray Zone.
Yeah, that would suck. For you.
Look, the Great Wall keeps the peace with less than honorable means, sure. But it provides a safe haven for desperate souls with nowhere left to turn.
Yeah, man, I get all that.
Well, here's what you don't get, you moron. When we say no one gets in, that includes the Tojo clan and the Omi Alliance. So see, if we're talking about people who owe their lives to the Gray Zone, you're one of them, Kasuga-kun.
What?
After you were shot, the only reason the Omi didn't finish you off is because you were inside the zone.
What are you trying to say? That I owe something to the city?
Go ahead and act like you're above it all, but you've benefited from our operation as much as any of us.
Fine. Still doesn't mean I'm gonna sell out a friend.
Before you insist on that, I have something important to say.
Yeah, what?
We already have assassins hunting NANBA.
What the hell? Who's assassins?
Mine. Somebody had to step up.
That's stepping up in your book? Hunting an innocent man?
Unlike you, Kasuga, I don't turn down attractive offers. But don't worry. I told my guys to make it painless. But, my men have gotten a little rough lately.
You son of a bitch. Call him off!
No can do. I think one death for the sake of the whole city is worth the price.
What do you say to our offer now? If you refuse, NANBA will die.
But aren't you gonna kill him all the same if we bring him to you?
Instead of worrying about that, worry about getting to him first. Your clock's ticking.
Hey, we don't even know where to look.
I may have an idea.
Well, there you go. So, Kasuga, given all this, what will you do?
I mean, guess I'm rescuing NANBA from your stupid assassins.
Alright, we gotta go pick up our mans, wherever he is. But first we need to run an ad.
Yeah, that was a long one.
It was long. I used both snoozes on that, just to make sure it wouldn't
It's
cut
break
off.
time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw rolls on after this.
Ooh, brother.
I will kill the assassins with my own 2 fingers.
How about fighting games?
Oh, well, that's
of course,
good.
we have to begin
Hey,
with
another
the
wrestling.
long-awaited WWF attitude.
We're on a wrestling roll today.
We are, yes, as we are
The
always.
PlayStation version did not live up to
But
expectations.
yeah, like I said,
The graphics
Yakuza
are
3
very
really is just one of those games where it's
especially during
like,
entrances. But the
you're only going to
character
play it
animations
once
are
and then
well
never
done.
touch it again.
Some modes do not even have entrances. I wish more than 4 players could
Well, I
be in
guess
the
it
ring at
keeps
once.
You know what's gonna
Some
set?
special moves are not listed in the
Yeah.
manual, but some are listed in the Create a Wrestler section. Controls are
Yeah,
okay,
the impressions of
but the
Yakuza 3
400+
Kiwami
moves
haven't
are
been
not easy
good.
to remember
That's already a
and have no
bad
logical
sign that
connection
the
to any
Yakuza 3
particular
curse
buttons.
continues.
For example,
Unfortunately.
the ass kisser move uses ups instead of downs.
Unfortunately, but you
Still,
want to know what?
you
I'm
can't
okay
beat
with
a
that
game that offers this
because,
many options. We had a lot
dude,
of fun creating
you
3
could
fat
skip
black
Yakuza
ladies
3
fighting one
and
skinny white
barely
turd.
miss
You
anything.
don't get to do that every day.
It really, like, the best way to describe Yakuza 3 is the beach episode of an anime.
Oh no.
Yeah,
It's
it really
definitely
is
not
just
something
that.
you want to put 70 hours into. I get that.
Devin says, I have a question. I drew you a race car, but I've wondered since, how does a long boy get into a race car?
With great effort.
But yeah, that's what I mean, man.
I'll
It's been
answer
pretty much
that.
like,
I'll answer that when I saw the ad.
yeah. But yeah, literally, it's one of those things where it's like Yakuza 3 really is like the beach episode of an anime. That's why most people don't really talk about it. When I hear people talk about the earlier Yakuza games, I hear people talk about 1, 2, 4, and 5. I don't hear anyone talk about 3. And honestly, it's because 3 really has no relevance in the grand scheme of things.
Right.
I probably should have took a bathroom break.
Probably. But hey, we're continuing here in... Sorry, we're continuing here in a minute. Let's see. I have one that is reportable.
Om nom nom.
Well, now
Oh,
I guess I'm
excuse me,
this
we're
guy.
back, my dudes.
Welcome back to Raw. In case you're wondering, Devin, it's a very difficult process. One that I'm honestly a little too embarrassed to talk about on stream.
Alright.
You wanna know where Nanba-san is right now, Kazuka-san? You already
No.
found him. All I said was that I have an idea. I can't be certain. But the Yokohama Liumang are searching for him on their own terms. Never mind. Fuck Nanba, actually.
Yo.
So, where's Nanba then? There's no indication that he's left Jincho. That would be impossible while the Goijul has has him in their sights. Could we have gone to the police? I don't think he would risk that. He'd have no way of knowing which officers are sympathetic to the Ijin 3. So, where would he go then? If I were Nanba-san, I would think Bleach Japan would be my best bet. All those guys we fucking trounced?
Yep.
Wait, Bleach Japan?
I get it. It's possible they would be willing to protect them, huh? It's
I've already
true.
increased the surveillance detail on the Bleach Japan office. We haven't sighted him there yet, but it's possible he's already inside. What should we do, Ichiban? Let's say we catch Nanba and bring him here. What would you guys do to him? That's not my call to make. However, if you do nothing, the Liumang assassins will eventually succeed. It's only a matter of time. Damn it.
Yo.
We don't have time for this, Kazuka. If we're gonna find him first, we have to take the best bet.
What's up?
Where's Bleach Japan's office?
Hakuro. Yeah, the Hakuro building on Carriage Highway.
Hakuro building on Carriage Highway. The Yokohama branch is just on the corner. Cool. Alright, is that thing still there? Yes! Yes, I've been thinking about that for like 20 minutes now. Alright, well that
But
wasn't
yeah,
what
like
I'm thinking about.
But yeah, like kind of like summarized what I was saying during the break. It's like Yakuza 3 just continues to seem to be like cursed, and if hearing that the demo for Kiwami 3 is not getting positive reception, I'm like, well, sounds like that curse continues, unfortunately. And
I
that
figured
sucks.
the pedals of the car were further forward, so they could lean back slightly. I enjoy you putting as much engineering finesse into. Sorry, I'm into the car as sort of as possible. Hold on just a second.
These
Good
are
job.
really expensive.
Yeah, what the fuck? Master Saber. Got the gold anklet, but like, listen, does it set dudes on fire?
Even the accessories are super expensive. Fuck.
No. I think that's right outside our price range. It's way outside our price range, actually. I can't afford that shit.
Oh, I guess time to make your way over to where Bleach Japan is.
Also, I don't know what the fuck they mean about the gray zone not having a lot of crime in there. I get jumped there constantly. I'm getting jumped constantly in this part of Yokohama. What are you talking about?
You're gonna be in a world of hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, I can handle
it's the same kind
myself,
of thing when
but
they say
come
that
on.
they make that same argument, and yet you're getting into fights all the time in
Yeah.
a Yakuza game.
I'm getting into fights all the time with just random people.
Right.
It's honestly impressive how much shit is happening here.
Sus men be sus.
Sus men be sus. Dude, they are sus. Because they're outright lying to my face. They're playing in my face. Russian enemy. What?
You're good, you're good.
Yeah, I
Screen,
thought that
like,
my goddamn,
completely froze for me there.
I thought my goddamn sound was, like, breaking again, and I was gonna be really...
No, yeah, the stream just, like, at least the share screen froze. I checked the live stream, it didn't seem to do that on there. So
Cool.
we're good. They just
Ow!
want to be friends.
They just want to be friends. Well, they have a funny way of showing it, I'll give them that.
But yeah, like I said, like when it comes to like the older Yakuza games, it's why people really only talk about Yakuza 1, 2, 4, and 5. 3 and obviously Dead Souls are never discussed. Both because, I hate saying it, but both games are quite literally unimportant. Like, as I said during the break, Yakuza 3 is jokingly called by the community the beach episode Yakuza.
I got this.
And you know what? It feels like it because just like a beach episode, everything that happens in Yakuza 3 is never fucking brought up again.
WWE 2K26 just announced their Monday Night Wars edition. It was when they were competing with WCW, in case those newer wrestling fans don't know.
Oh yeah, I remember the Monday Night Wars.
So wait, we have a Attitude Era edition and a Monday Night War edition.
Which is making me hopeful that maybe there's something to that. We'll see.
You're gonna get
One of those is going to be like $200. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, I can see that.
It's going to be grossly overpriced.
Right.
And also,
like
you know,
shit.
I can't believe I'm saying this, and I know some people who are Yakuza fans in here are going to say it's sacrilegious. I think Dead Souls is a better game than Yakuza 3. I think Dead
Whenever
Souls
you
is a
say
better...
Dead Souls, I think of Dark Souls or Demon Souls. So...
No, I'm talking about... Yeah, you know I'm talking about Yakuza Dead Souls.
I know,
Yeah, like, the reason why I say that is
mind
because
immediately
at least...
to that. So...
Fair enough. At least Yakuza Dead Souls has a... Its story is stupid, but it's stupid in the way that you can enjoy it with popcorn. And it's the first time we get to play as Majima, and my god, he is just enjoying every fucking moment of this, because it's like, hey, I get to be a part of my favorite genre of movie. Because of course Majima would think that way.
Well, yes. I mean, he has his own construction company, so...
But I mean, like, during a zombie apocalypse, like, he loves zombie movies, so...
And he was a zombie once upon a time, so...
Yeah, that's actually what that was a reference to. Like, that whole Majima event is a reference to Dead Souls. They even use his combat theme when you're in battle in Dead Souls.
I thought that those guys were driving right towards me, I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm just like, what the fuck? I didn't realize that they had cars over here on this side of the map.
I think the craziest part, though, with Dead Souls is that they found a way to bring back Ryuji Goda.
Isn't that like the villain in 2?
Yeah, they found a way to bring him back. And he's actually fucking cool. Like, not only does he have some really good sub-stories, but he has one of my favorite weapons. He is literally using a fucking Gatling gun for an arm.
How much money do I need in order to get my major?
Oh yeah, for the Sega test.
Can I help
Yeah,
you?
I need my major in Segonomics.
Which exam would you like to take?
Oh wait. Hold on.
Oh, you can do it. You can take it. It's 50,000. Plus 50 passion, plus 50 style.
I mean, like, that first exam had some tough questions, so...
Make sure
Yeah, you got 4 out of 5 right, if I'm not mistaken.
I got 4 out of 5 right, but I had to, like, take it twice, I think. 605 is a rhythmic action game released by Sega in which of the following is said by their team after they strike a pose during the dance battle?
Oh, you don't know anything about Space Channel 5.
I don't, fuck.
Yeah, I know the answer to this.
How old is Sonic? Well, if we go by the, Sonic Heroes manual, it's 15. Mega Drive is a game console released by Sega Japan in 1988, which the following buttons is not part of the controller. Select. Valkyria Chronicles is a series of strategy games. The first title of the series, which country the protagonist from?
know this one.
I feel like I should know this. Sega's released a variety of hardware over the years. Which of the following is not a device attachment?
The Genesis or Mega Drive.
Sega mouse, Sega keyboard. That. Come on.
But you had to take it twice because you didn't save and we had to go through all that. Oh, fail.
Damn it.
Yeah, I knew it was hot.
The Sega... Dude, how do you have a mouse but not a keyboard? Okay.
Well, read. It tells you. It tells you each one.
Okay, fine. Cross your arms, strike that pose, and let out your very best chew. 4 more years of Sega school for you. I fucking guess so, man. That's another 50,000
Yeah, I knew it was
yen.
the Republic of Gallia. I have Valkyria Chronicles, so I
You
knew
knew it was the
that.
Republic? It's the Principality, Nelson. The Principality of Gallia is a small territory in the fictional
I'm an
Europe,
idiot. I'm an idiot.
sandwiched between larger nations. I should know this. I played Valkyria Chronicles.
And yeah, I know for a fact Sega didn't have a keyboard until the Dreamcast. That was when they did their first keyboard. It was on the Dreamcast they did the keyboard. They didn't have it for the Saturn on. Oh,
I'm not asking for that Mark's help. No. Give you pointers.
But yeah,
hey, man,
but yeah,
did
I
you
know like
that
Sega
the
didn't have a
Dreamcast-
keyboard. I know Sega didn't have a keyboard until the Dreamcast because that was when games like PSO, Typing of the Dead, and stuff of that nature came out.
I don't need to talk to that guy. He's just gonna patronize me about how the Dreamcast was actually goated.
Dude, the Dreamcast was goated. What the fuck you on about?
And how, you know, they're gonna fucking make, you know, a second one any day now.
Dude, the Dreamcast was goated. I am not going to stand for this slander.
Stand for it, because I will not elaborate.
I will not allow it. The fuck you mean?
You won't allow it? Well, then you're not allowed on the stream.
I'm not allowing it because the Sega Dreamcast had some of the best games when it comes to game design during that time frame. Like, I'm sorry to say this, but
Nelson,
we wouldn't have. Go ahead.
You fell for the rage bait. Shame.
I know I did, but I'm going to fucking fight.
Why? I don't
You've
fucking mean it.
You've activated my fight or flight.
Why? I didn't fucking mean it. You're fighting
Like,
nothing.
most,
What?
if not all of the good Dreamcast games are on PC right now. Not really. Crazy Taxi is on the newer 360 and stuff like that, but all the music has been fucking removed.
More sus, man.
Even like some of the DRM versions of Crazy Taxi do not have the soundtrack. You have to fucking mod it.
Shit.
And I'm sorry, but Crazy Taxi, like without its soundtrack, it makes it feel like such a completely different game. Not even the soundtrack, like, dude, not even the soundtrack, not even just the soundtrack. The freaking advertisement for all of these companies that we knew of, they're all gone in that game too. It just feels so much more plain.
To be fair, I'm fine with not being told to get Pizza Hut.
But that's the point of the time frame.
That being said, I do have like real world, you know, like on billboards and stuff in goddamn
Not to mention, dude, it is so hard to play House of the Dead nowadays because not only do we not have the proper TVs that work with light guns anymore, we don't have that kind of, like, yes, there are light guns that work with modern stuff, but you have to, again, you have to mod the shit out of it to make it work. And it can be temperamental as shit. A lot of people have, like, realized that trying to mod House of the Dead 1 and 2 to work with light guns that work on PC using IR. And even then, it's still temperamental. Which sucks. Oh, man.
Maybe
and also,
if I played the Dreamcast, I would know about Space Channel 5 and the shit that Ooh La La says. So
yeah, Space Channel. Oh my god, I saw that.
Dude, I dodged
Yeah,
that
Space
shit.
Channel
That was
5
awesome.
is Space Channel 5 is a rhythm game.
I know.
And it's a fun rhythm game, but it really is a game that's only for diehard.
I
Like
know
only
of
for
it
those who are
only
really
from
diehard.
racing. I know of it only because of racing games. So
Yeah, exactly. So you don't really like if you haven't played it, you don't know. Because it's one of those games that you kind of have to experience. You can't just look at it. It just doesn't do the same thing.
You're gonna be in a world of hurt.
Kind of like the same thing I would say with Shenmue. Shenmue's another series I feel like so many people just look at it and be like, oh, so this is basically just the worse version of Yakuza. And I'm like, no, the fuck it isn't. Yakuza and Shenmue are going for two completely different things here.
and
I
it's
would-
not.
It's not even that, man. I know you're rage baiting me there.
That's very true.
Here we go.
I know you're rage baiting me there. But yeah, like, as somebody who has played Shenmue and really enjoy it, I understand what they were doing with it. The thing about Yakuza is that it more goes like, it knows that it's a video game and lets you go like all in on that. Shenmue's more trying to be like a sort of like life simulator and giving you so many options for that, even if they do nothing. But then again, that's always been the Dreamcast. Dreamcast has always been like a vibes console. There's no denying that with games like Sonic the Hedgehog, Crazy Taxi, Shenmue.
What the fuck?
Fuck.
What?
Oh, it looks like you're at a fancy restaurant.
5,000 yen for... Dude, what is this?
It's a fancy restaurant.
Well, no. I mean, like, what am I looking at?
Oh, beef fillet.
A beef fillet.
Looks like a lot of
lamb
beef,
meat.
like beef, lamb, foie gras.
Grilled lobster. Roasted duck. Huh. That's crazy. Sure, we'll do that.
This feels like the kind of place you would go to when you need a lot of help.
Well, listen, it was right off the... Dude, it was right off the end. It's only 5,000 yen.
Only.
I can't...
after you just spent 50,000 and failing that Sega test.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm gonna get that money back. I'm not using my tuition for anything. I'm gonna get it
But
back.
no, yeah, like that's why I'm like, I do get where you're coming from, Patch. That a lot of Dreamcast games have been brought over in some form or another, but I don't think all of them made the transition well. We still don't even have a. Go ahead.
I mean, every time that Sonic Adventure is re-released, something gets broken over. So,
Yeah, yeah, so
it's been that
true.
way since, like... It's been that way ever since the
You're gonna be in a
GameCube.
world of hurt.
So,
Like I would say, one of the few games that did port over and did well was Daytona.
Let's go.
I know Space Channel, yeah, it does, but that's what I'm saying. Like the reason why it's still loved by those who play it is because of the vibes of that game. Like it's one of those games where it's like you won't know until you play it. Just watching it does it no favors.
Let's go.
I'm not that.
And I think I can say the same thing about.
okay, well, that didn't get anyone else.
Right.
Shit.
I know Power Stone just. Well, yeah, they did, and I'm happy Power Stone finally got ported because, God, that's a 4-player series that's so much fun. Even if it's not balanced, it's not balanced. It is a fucking. It can be broken at
Passball.
time.
Ooh, nice.
But it's still a fun 4-player game from that era. Like I said, the only other way to really play House of the Dead 2 and 3 is with the re-release on the Wii. I know a lot of people really don't like the remake for the first House of the Dead, but I really feel like that remake is good. The second remake, though, is fucking terrible.
I mean, I know that goddamn Patch is over there playing Typing of the Dead. I've been seeing her play it recently, so...
Oh yeah, Typing of the Dead's amazing. I love it.
You made it. Who are you? I'm here to kill you. Just as I did that piece of filth. I'm, Matsuo. Matsuo? Was that the guy the, Buddy Jewel hired to attack?
What was that?
Hey, you killed him? On whose orders? No one's. I made the call. Seong, he was bitching and I went too far, but she's just a coward. I don't take orders from cowards, so I left with only Jewel. My new partnership is already providing much larger returns. And who would that be? Nothing you need to know, especially since you're not getting past me. You'll die like Matsuo did. It's very bad. I finished it to say the least. It's done. I would like to play it at some point just because it looks like novel.
What, Typing of the Dead?
Yeah,
I think it's a fun time. I think it's a fun time, honestly.
Oh, no. No, not one of these guys again. Not the fucking archers.
But no, I love House of the Dead too. Like, if you were to ask me, like, what is one of my favorite light gun games, it would be House of the Dead 2. Like, that is my favorite. Which is why I am so fucking pissed off that the remake for House of the Dead 2, even though they gave us the option for the original soundtrack, they botched it awfully.
What the? Hey! No.
Like, yeah, Logan, they botched the House of the Dead 2 remake, like, terribly.
It was the 2009 capital E edgy version. I did not realize there was a 2009 capital E edgy version.
Use this.
Appreciate it.
But is it like really, really different from like the original? Oh shit!
It's just typing. Like, I'm pretty sure it's the same script. I'm pretty sure it's the same script and everything. It's just that instead of gunplay, it's typing.
I'm up.
That's really what it is. Yeah, like, just get rid of the light gun mechanics and just put typing instead.
I like that, honestly. Might help me with my typing skills. It needs... they need improvement.
Well, that's the funny thing.
Is this where we'll find Bleach Japan? I can see lights on the second floor. Someone's in there.
Who knows who's waiting for us in there? Let's be careful.
Yeah, we don't say
I'm not joking when I say this, Logan. Like, I'm not joking when I say this, Logan, but Typing of the Dead was actually used as a tool to teach people how to learn typing.
Well, maybe I should get it then. I need to save money for
the gameplay loop kind of wears out its welcome after a while. Yeah, because it's typing. If you're not into like those kind of like typing games or whatever, you're gonna get so sick of it so quickly, and it's fair.
It would be better if a giant floating Mario head came up and started talking to you.
We're talking about Sega here, dude. What are you on about?
Why do you need to deflate it, dude?
Hey,
because
do you know
I do.
What time it is?
I kick your ass like I kicked this guy's ass.
Kume-san, right? Sorry to barge in
again
like this, but I wanted to see if our buddy was here.
How did you know?
Yo, Ichiban.
Ah, there he is.
He really is just here.
Find a decent place to hide. Hey man, we gotta hurry. The Ijin 3 sent Liu Meng assassins after you.
Liu Meng? Not Komijo?
Is it just you three? No backup?
Just us, sorry to say.
I see. And you have business with NANBA-san?
Yeah.
And who doesn't know how to Mario size?
I haven't seen you around.
And here I thought people were watching more TV these days.
Oh, I know you. You're the director of Bleach Japan.
Yeah, I've seen you on TV.
My name is Ogasawara. I'm here lending my support to our Yokohama branch. The Gray Zone in Ijincho is one of the worst in the country. The police have just given up on it. But still, I never expected to find this. Counterfeiting legal currency? Atrocious.
So NANBA spilled the beans, huh? Let's not mess around. You guys need to get out of here, now. We'll even go with you if it'll help you escape. That includes you, NANBA.
Kasuga, was this your plan all along?
Why exactly do I need to turn and run?
It's not just the Komichu who are involved. The heads of the Seiryu clan and Yokohama Liu Meng are in on it. They sent the assassins
y'all have
after
a good
NANBA
night. You
because
too,
he
piecemeal.
pushed our secret. You're screwed if you're here too, civilian or not.
Ogasawara-san.
Sleep well and stay
I
warm.
think this guy's bluffing with all the assassin talk. He's just trying to ruffle some feathers. No need to panic.
No. I think he's telling the truth.
What?
To be honest, I thought you might be assassins yourselves. But not once you said it was just you three. That's not Great Wall of muscle strength.
I don't get it. Aren't assassins supposed to be in small groups?
Oh, dear, dear Kume-kun. You have so much to learn about these criminals. But ignorance often breeds courage, and that's what I needed in the Ijincho arm of Bleach Japan.
That's... Ogasawara-san. What are you getting at?
No kidding. You sure you're a civilian?
Of course I am. I just know more about the criminal underworld than your average dipshit.
What is with this guy?
I think it's about time you come out. Lao Ma.
Lao Ma?
Oh.
Mabuchi, why are you here?
I'll handle this, Director. Thank you.
Oh.
My service is customer satisfaction guaranteed.
Then we'll take our leave. Let's go.
Hey, NANBA, wait!
I already told them all about the counterfeit bills. I just want to find my brother. Whether he's alive or otherwise.
Ogasawara-san, what about me?
Die. Okay, never mind, I guess.
Give this simpering piece of human garbage a fitting end.
Didn't think this is where I'd finally see your mug.
No, of course not. My own boss doesn't know I'm here.
That said, I did want to meet you. I haven't been able to give you a message from Nonomiya!
Oh, Rigby. Dude, he has like a glaive? Hey! What? Alright, well, she just no-sold that again.
No-sold that.
We're over here breaking off his furniture already.
Also, yeah, there's still a couple of other Dreamcast games that aren't available on modern platforms. Soul Calibur 1 is a great example of that.
Good music, I like this. Cool. Okay, I need to get into I need to get them all as
you want to know what I should really do? I should really bring House of the Dead 2 and 3 sometime and have people play that with me. It is such a fun time.
Get on the floor. Okay, there you go. There you go. Are these once again just like fucking sus men right here? Because I'm pretty sure they aren't sus. I think they want to kill us.
Oh!
Exactly, I don't think they're sus. They want to kill us.
You're gonna get stomped.
Bro, back up. I want to hit you with this laptop.
Yeah! That is not a laptop, that is a fucking monitor, but yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. That's awesome. Ow. No.
Let's go! Let's go!
Nice. Oh, I love the windmill so much. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do Miraculous Code. A magical song.
Try this on your side.
I have a feeling that we're gonna need it.
I'm ready
I have a feeling that we're gonna need, like, fucking big ups on both.
Let's see.
I just find that funny you said that, Logan. It fucking was a rage fit. I'm like, I don't give a damn. I love Dreamcast.
No, stop!
Let's go. That is literally one of my favorite consoles.
You're gonna be in a world of hurt.
Well, let's see here. I mean, like, listen, man. Yes, I agree.
It's just sad the Dreamcast didn't last very long, and it really is because it got killed by the PS2.
Absolutely, that's right, yes.
And a lot of people kind of like, you know, misunderstand that. They're like, oh, well, look at the launch play. I'm like, that's not what really killed the Dreamcast. It really was the PS2's DVD player because it was a cheap and affordable DVD player you could buy during that time frame when they were like $600. That thing was like 300.
My dude is ready to hunt Rathalos.
What the hell is up with that spear thing?
Oh, I've seen it before. On a statue of Guan Yu, it's a legendary Chinese weapon.
So, Mabuchi puts himself on a level with ancient Chinese heroes?
If he does, he's in for a rude awakening when I break his little stick. Come up!
Both his stick and the stick below his waist. Here we go.
Oh, he's 3 levels above you, so you're gonna definitely want to be careful.
Dude, the desk like exploded before his aura. That's crazy.
The spirit of Guan Yu just basically like...
Dude, he tossed that chair without even picking it up. The dude's fucking power scaling is incredible. Wow.
He's aura farming like crazy.
He's aura farming, yes. Here, let's see. Good guard.
You're gonna be in a world of hurt.
Resolute counter.
Counter, yes.
Well, I'm pretty sure we know what this means.
Alright, let's
there you go. Okay, he doesn't have it anymore.
You're gonna get stomped.
Let's go.
So it really is a thing where if you attack, yeah, you're gonna get fucking ruined for it.
I think I'm safe now, though.
Yeah.
I got this.
I don't see that aura anymore.
You recover your own MP. I need to boost my own defense.
You're not scared of my spear, are you? You're in it now. Going in.
Oh, nice. Cool. Dude, he has so much health already.
Yeah, that did not do a lot of damage.
He has so much health. Hey.
So it might be time to do some buffs.
Check this out.
Hyper swagger. Dude.
You're gonna be in a world of hurt.
Like, fucking, like, investing, rather, like, not having NANBA here is absolutely killing me, I feel like, in these, like, larger fights.
I'm not backing down.
Let me see, I need... Goddamn.
Yeah, you need like another party.
Magic.
You need like another party member.
Here we go.
Maybe I can call a pound mate. We'll see. I don't really want to do that when he's looking to conquer. Pound mate.
You wanna go?
Watch this. He's gonna fucking like do only like 15 damage like he did last time.
And you're spending 10,000 to call him.
Oh, a friend.
But let's just see what he does.
Let's give Gary Buster Holmes another try.
Want sudden death or sudden
Mr. Pound Mates.
with a pound?
Dude, he jumped into that. Did you see that?
Yep.
Like he was ready to sell that. Dude, I could have done more with this.
Yeah.
Dude, why does he suck now?
Well, it's a boss. It really feels like the pound mates don't really do much against bosses.
Why does he like stink now? But like, dude, that's what I'm calling them in for because everyone else I can handle pretty okay.
Don't get cocky.
Where do you want to bleed first?
I think that
Take your best shot.
Get this out.
goddamn
Gentlemen.
Dachi needs a goddamn boost here. Ow.
Well, he resists that. So, oh my god, what was that? What was that flop onto the desk?
Yeah, that was like a flare flop. That's crazy. Resolute counter. Damn it.
Feeling good.
It was looking like fucking Shawn Michaels with the oversells.
Okay. Dude, the fucking aura of like of like everyone in here is just breaking these desks. Do the Excel stuff.
You're in it now. Let's crush him.
Here we go.
Oh yeah.
But I mean,
You're gonna
you can only you would have to do like you probably could have done Ichiban's buff there.
I probably could have, yeah.
Are ya?
Whatever. Top.
I'm not that.
You're in it now.
Just plow damage to other enemies. Collapsing share.
I got this.
There you go. Ah, nice.
You did more damage there than fucking Gary Buster Holmes.
Gary Buster Holmes. We gotta say his name the whole way. Every time.
Yep.
We gotta help.
Cool.
Take it. Take the chair. Yes.
Beat his ass into a.
Gosh, dang it. Okay.
Like beat his ass into a whiteboard.
I need to goddamn full Nelson strike. Let's try that.
Let's go.
Right in the fucking face. Yes.
Yeah, you have to have some confidence in your partner not to accidentally hit you.
Yeah, I know, right? He could have fucking ducked and it would have been friendly fire.
Exactly.
Dude, what? Stop. Why? Dude, all these tables. I am
all
the table? Question mark?
I am the table.
Maybe? I don't know.
Possibly.
Come on now.
Perhaps. Perhaps.
Come on.
Okay, so he hasn't done that parry in a while, so at least he's giving you turns to attack.
That's still not. It's not much, really.
Let's see.
Slowly but surely.
This shit's gonna take everything, I feel like.
Well, it is a boss fight, so that kind of makes sense that it would take everything.
Right.
I almost want to see.
It's almost time for a 2.5 minute Cheetos break, my
but
dudes.
I know I'm gonna regret it. So.
Come on.
Probably.
Don't get cocky.
Up, so we got a break coming up.
Yeah, we do. I'll just go ahead and run it.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Just cuts out. Rebel's on after this.
Oh boy, what is it this time?
Well, I don't like the goddamn.
And now we're going to power up the Virtual Boy. Virtual Boy
Rocket
has three major
physics with
components:
George Wood.
the stand, the head unit, and the controller.
I'll be right
the
back.
stand is packed flat, so you want to take the stand, spread it open, and then set it firmly on the table with the feet facing forward for support. The head unit has got to be connected with the controller, so insert the controller into the spot on the head unit, and you're ready to go. Now, take your head unit, place it into the support bracket. You want to be very careful and do it gently from the back. So you tilt it in first, then push it down. There's a little spring in the back here that you can push down to open up the support bracket so it doesn't go in tightly. Release the spring, and then gently tighten it up with the tension control knob here on the side. Once you feel tension, just turn it slightly upwards until it catches. You don't need a lot of tension here. It just needs to support itself. The next thing you want to do is load in your batteries. Your batteries are in the controller on the front panel. Press the panel down, gently push it up, and your batteries will load into the slot here, 3 up and 3 down. Push it down, click it in place, and then you're ready to go. The final thing is to put your game cartridge into place. The game cartridge goes into the slot underneath the Virtual Boy. Now you have to be careful when you push the game cartridge in. You want to make sure that it connects firmly all the way in the back, because if it doesn't connect properly when you turn it on,
from the
you won't
back,
get
he
anything.
says.
So you want to make sure that the game cartridge
Back it to the
is
left.
in place properly, so when you turn it on, you hear it.
Instructions unclear. My Virtual Boy
does not
wears a
have
collar
video
now.
output port because it would only send out the signal of one of
As
the
it
layers
should.
of the 3D graphics.
then
Remember,
people would have
the
bought it.
images of Virtual Boy are created by your eyes, which combine two separately projected LED images from both sides. What we're showing you here is some exclusive footage of some of the upcoming Virtual Boy
when you play it,
games.
you basically need
We
to be a
obtained this
masochist
footage with our
anyways,
cameras
so
at E3. So please be
just
aware
fucking
that the
sprinkle some
images
more on there.
captured here do not in any way recreate the actual three-dimensional elements of the game's graphics and gameplay. So far, we've played Mario's Tennis, Galactic Pinball, Red Alarm, and Tolero Boxer. So stick around and see our ratings on
Tolero
all these
Boxer.
games and more.
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Welcome back to this fucking boss fight, man. Wow. I have a feeling we're gonna be here for a second, especially if he keeps, like, throwing out this freaking counter move. Oh my goodness.
I got this. Take your pick your time.
You're gonna get
Let's
stomped.
just see.
Bullshit. Let's go.
Yeah, it just, like, completely cancels out your attack, it looks like. Okay. Dude, this whole thing is getting so fucked up. Ow! I'm gonna go ahead and not do that because I'm able to up their own defense.
Where do you want to be?
We're in this together, guys.
I got this.
You're gonna be in a world of hurt.
Check this out.
You're gonna get stomped.
Oh! 1 damage.
Pain in the
My
ass.
perfect guards need to be on point, or otherwise it's gonna be a long time. Do I have anything that can refill?
You're not scared of my spear, are you? Let's go.
I'm running out of polymers.
Huh?
Later. Comforting medicine. Mango
I
pudding.
got this.
You might want to save that.
You're gonna be in a world of hurt.
Let's go. Let's go.
Some flare.
Let's
Maybe,
go.
maybe I can get that
I'm
defense. Dang.
back.
Ah,
Jesus, I saw that.
yeah, I know.
Come on
You're
now.
gonna get stomped.
Ass kicking time.
So I figured out what the counter does. You can hit him, but like it's going to like interrupt your whole attack. So
unless you use like a special move or something, it's better to just like not even.
they're just not even
Let's go. You're not scared of my spear, are you?
Because I'm going to assume those like cinematic special moves probably can ignore that.
Get it done.
You're gonna get stomped.
Try this. Salmon X.
Oh, each of us the only one that doesn't have a yeah, exactly. Like we're
Doesn't-
like each of us still using freelancer.
Well, you know, that was my choice. So,
On the side. Give it your all.
because I saw that
Because
he
of-
can eventually do like German suplexes and stuff, I want to get into that.
Yeah,
point.
all the rest of the moves.
But honestly, it's really biting me in, biting me in the ass in moments like this. Just like, okay, let's see if I can. Oh, hey, cool.
Oh, it does. Okay, so it does work, but he still has that when you do that.
Yeah, but he doesn't like. He doesn't like counter
He doesn't.
Right.
it.
Oh.
He doesn't. At least he tries, but he doesn't have anything to counter. So
Actually, you know what? Logan had the perfect thing for this.
what?
I'm gonna just send it to you. He doesn't do this.
Get alive.
Hold on. What doesn't he do? Let's see.
You're not
You
scared of
mean
my
nuh-uh.
spear, are you?
That's great.
Don't get cocky. Check this out.
It's the goddamn Russian Badger thing where it's like, nuh-uh, fucking nuh-uh.
Yeah, it's like, nuh-uh. Fuck you mean nuh-uh.
You're gonna be in a world of hurt.
Sir, with all due respect, he wasn't even there.
You're gonna get stomped.
Where do you want to
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Here we go.
Oh yeah,
Dude, I
fucking I guess. Sure, I guess. Wait, he has two? He has two attacks? Ow!
Oh yeah, Pat's like, boss fights in Yakuza are always kind of bullshit. Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little
Especially if
bit.
you're playing on the higher difficulties, even more so.
Pain in the ass.
Oh, fuck it. We're just gonna keep on bullying him with tag team maneuvers.
But no, that's kind of the thing with like Freelancer. It really is a slow burn of a class where it's like eventually you start getting the really good stuff, but it takes a while.
Crimson Aura. Okay, he really is Aura farming
Attack
now.
Rose.
He's getting serious now.
Yeah, I think he's in a bad mood. Is that literally fire coming out of him?
That's your favorite brain targeting. But fire or not, oh, he's angry as hell.
No problem. Let's just deal with him. Cool.
Oh, is that fire coming out of him? Like, that's just your gamer brain speaking.
I was gonna say, no, he's simply auto-sleep. No, I think he's just insane. Because I also have
Dragon
auto-sim,
Breaker.
and that's never
Holy!
happened. Oh, fuck me. Wow-wee. Wow.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with that, because if Ichiban goes down, that's the end of the battle.
Here we go.
Alright, I'm gonna use Magical Song. Again.
Remember, we're on the Persona logic where if the main character dies, that's it.
Defense fell. I'm bleeding profusely.
You want to go? Let's go.
Yeah, that's pretty. Oh, wait, no, Zolgan, you shouldn't have done that!
What?
His turn's next! Okay, he's attacking her. If he attacked Ichiban, that would have killed.
You're gonna get stomped.
Like, if he attacked Ichiban, even if you blocked that, we saw before that did like 153 and your defense is down. That would have killed you.
It would have, yes.
You're not scared of my spear, are you?
Have anything that could restores all physical ailments. Fuck it. There you are. Bleeding. There you go.
Yeah, you don't have any. Yeah, you don't have any gauze. I guess you'd use the last bit.
I'm pretty sure I used like all of my shit.
Give it your all, everyone.
Let's go.
I'm ready now. You're gonna get stomped.
This sucks.
Jesus Christ.
You first.
Come on. Let's go.
Oh. Oh no.
Dude.
Sorry, Adachi. You like, dude, Ichiban literally, like, that guy got kicked right into Adachi.
Fucking.
Let's see.
I got this. All clear.
I'm a little scared of it, brother. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Come on.
Yeah, all you can really do is just continue the aggression. I really feel like this is a situation where all you can do is keep the aggression.
You're gonna be
The longer this goes on, the more damage he's gonna do.
Probably should stock up on
You're gonna get stomped.
here. Incendiary grenade.
Oh yeah. Let's go.
A chance to overheat them.
You're gonna be in a world.
I mean, he's already on fire, so.
I was about to say the same thing.
Mysterious fruit.
Take your best shot.
That might do
You're gonna get
something.
stomped.
Salted ice cream.
You're gonna be in a world of hurt.
Say, I would like to. Bottle of sake.
Let's rock.
Because now I'm drunk.
Stomped.
I don't enjoy that.
You want to go?
Ah, are you kidding me?
Do something. You're not scared of my
fucking
spear,
healer.
are you?
Okay, fine.
Thankfully, we've got 3 first aid kits. Oh, he's about to attack again.
Gotta hold it together.
Don't get cocky.
Come on.
Let's go.
Probably could have done invasion there. Dude.
Yeah, I feel like this is turning into a thing where you got to keep the aggression. You just pay attention to the turn order so you don't get blindsided. Uh-oh.
Come on, let's go! I got this!
You're gonna be in a world of hurt.
It's possible, but just barely.
We'll fight to the end.
Let's go! Let's go!
A magical song.
Let's do this together! This ought to help.
Alright,
Oh,
we'll
we're
use
back
this
to the
as an
counter.
opportunity.
Gotta do something about this.
We'll use this as an opportunity to recover something.
You're in it now!
Where's Free? Where is it?
I'm not backing down.
This'll do.
Nice.
Cool!
Oh yeah, that's right.
Who do I call?
He doesn't fucking try to attack in the tag team moves.
Let's go! Take your bullshit! I got this!
Do something.
I'm gonna give her an X probably.
Get cocky! Come on!
Do I have anything that my refuse damage?
Where do you want to bleed? Alive?
Fuck it. Fuck it. I honestly can't think of another time when I'm gonna use this. Let's try it. I didn't do anything.
You're gonna get stomped.
I need to like, time my time the perfect blocks like perfectly. Wow.
My man just tanked a grenade like it was nothing.
I'm not backing down.
Come on.
Right. I'm ready now.
Okay, he's almost there. Ow!
Gotta do something about this.
It's go time! You're not scared of my spirit!
Good more to go.
You're in it now!
Absolute counter.
Cool!
Let's see.
Lowering their attack and defense.
What's the one? What's that one that's free?
Restores the party's MP!
There you go.
Fuck yeah!
Bridget,
Holy
is your
shit.
first time calling them, but yeah, this is your first time calling them, so yeah, it's
Give
free.
me those magic points, please. Oh yeah. I remember you. Soup Kitchen Starlet. Awesome. Aggressively cooks. Let her cook. Yay. Broth of Benevolence.
Here we go.
Take your best shot!
Okay, it partially restored us. I'll take that. I'm gonna restore her MP with her like HP plus 2.
Just like aggressive cooking intensifies.
Aggressively cooked. Let her cook, pal. So funny.
I got this!
Dude, we're so close. I could do it.
You want to go?
Dragon Breaker.
Breaker.
Oh, that's
Oh,
the
he had
area
each on there too.
Come on!
Right.
I don't think we're at the point where I need to use the magical song yet. Those physical ailments from all allies with miraculous magical words.
Come on!
May lower their attack. I don't want her to die, so I'm gonna put up defense. Dude, he's next already? His
And
power
he's next
scaling
again.
really is crazy.
He's literally getting multiple turns in a row.
His fucking power scaling really is crazy.
Ooh. Uh-oh, you might want to heal here. He's next.
You're gonna get stomped.
Yeah, I would recommend healing because Ichimon's in that kill zone.
Much better.
There you go. Cool.
He didn't attack, but obviously better to be safe than sorry.
I can do it. I can do this. Bring the enemy silence.
Try this
Even
on
charm.
side.
I'll do it.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work for the boss fight.
Not happy.
Almost there.
You're gonna be in a world of hurt.
I can do this.
Let's go.
Maximum flare. Yeah!
There it is.
Holy sheesh. I thought that was gonna be it, honestly.
Oh damn! Look at that. You leveled up and got a job rank up. Damn! Look at that. 34,000 as well.
Dude, I can I can go back to school.
I feel the stats going up.
I can go back to school.
Charismatic intimidation.
Charismatic intimidation.
Agility, okay.
Agility due to the job. And just a general level up for her. Good lord.
That took some effort.
What a rush. I forgot how great it can feel.
Oh, good. You can still talk.
Oh.
Jesus.
Honestly, Ern.
Hell? Are you enjoying this, you creep?
Are you the one who killed our boss?
I am, and I did. I slaughtered him and hung him like a pig on a hook.
Well, to start a fight with the Seiryu clan?
As they say, I was just following orders.
Who told you to pull this kind of shit?
The man you just allowed to escape. The director of Bleach Japan, Ogasawara.
He's the one who ordered you to kill Nonomiya? Why would he do that?
Because what he's after is Ijincho itself.
What's he on about?
He wants to expose where Yutaka Ogikubo gets all his money. To do that, he had to put just a tiny crack in the Great Wall.
A crack? You mean Nonomiya's death?
I don't get it. Ogasawara ordered a hit so he could get rid of the Gray Zone? He's a Bleach Japan guy? I thought they were a bunch of goody two-shoes.
My question is, why would you do their bidding, Mabuchi? Why do something that would turn the Ijin 3 against you?
Ogasawara has bigger, badder friends than the Ijin fleas.
What do you mean?
The Great Wall. The Ijin 3. That's all over. The invasion starts tomorrow.
Invasion? Like Bleach Japan?
No. You still don't get it? Come on, Kasuga.
What?
The backers of Bleach Japan are the Omi Alliance in Kamurocho.
Are you shitting me?
I'm going to be Ijincho's version of Masumi Arakawa. I'll sell this whole town to the Omi and get rewarded handsomely for it. They'll probably make me an officer. It's what I...
Don't ever compare yourself to Arakawa-san again.
Guys,
I think we
the
gotta
Omi
kill
Alliance
this guy,
is coming
man.
here.
Yeah, about that. Let's go get that bastard Ogasawara to give us the lowdown.
Well, he and NANBA went into that back room over there.
Yeah, I saw. Let's go find him.
We gotta kill this guy, Steven.
Ogasawara's gone. He went out an exit further back.
NANBA?
Bleach Japan is gonna blow the lid off the counterfeiting scheme, which will crush the Gomiju. Maybe, just maybe, they'll find my brother too.
Non-chan.
If only I could have done it myself. No one's ever meant more to me than my brother. Look at the life I've endured to try to find him.
Did you see which way Ogasawara went?
You really should steer clear of this mess, Ichiban.
I just want to have some words.
Stay out of it. Just stay out of it, man.
Hey, you need to just focus on yourself right now. You got assassins after you. Just find somewhere to hide. At least until tomorrow. Mabuchi told us the Omi Alliance is coming tomorrow. They're invading. It'll be chaos. That's your chance to slip away, you get me? Can you do that?
I didn't ask for your advice.
Look, Nanchan, as much as this sucks for you, can you please think about the rest of us too?
Shut up!
Think about what Mabuchi and Ogasawara did. They murdered Nonomiya out of pure greed.
I know. But I need their help to find my brother.
Really? You're just leaving?
Want to stop me? Go for it. Hell, attack me from behind. I don't care.
You know we'd never pull that kind of shit. Don't be stupid, man. We're still buds.
Ugh, don't say that shit.
Alright guys, time to go to the back.
Ichiban.
Hey, I know how
Nice
this
her
crap
down.
feels, but we don't have time for it. Let's focus on the task at hand. Searching this Bleach Japan office. I think it's back there, and this is our chance. No one's around.
Yeah, you're right.
Man. Dude. Feel bad for Ichiban.
I'll say.
It feels bad when, like, you would go to the ends of the earth for someone and they wouldn't do the same for you. Your heart is too big, too pure for this world, Ichiban. I'm sorry.
You're saying that to a former Yakuza as well.
Listen, man. Of all of the Yakuza, he's the purest, okay? He was a round peg in a square hole.
Founders of...
Oh, shit.
What's up?
This picture.
What about it?
The guy shaking hands with Ogasawara. I know him.
Yeah,
Recognize
that's
him?
Ryo Aoki, the governor. That's back when he was younger, and considering the backdrop there, probably around the time he and Ogasawara started Bleach Japan together. Aoki had to leave his post in order to run for governor, though.
He's governor? But... he's supposed to be dead.
Huh?
In Kamurocho, someone told me he died. I thought it was true.
Well, I don't follow. You know Ryo Aoki?
Not Aoki.
Hold on, I gotta take a call. Give me just a second. We gotta go to an impromptu break, y'all. Hold on just a minute. Hold on just a minute. Alright, it's all good. Let's continue.
Alrighty then.
I know him as...
And now he has glasses.
The young master. His name is Masato Arakawa.
Sir,
So that feels
during
like
next
the end
week's
of a
budget
chapter
deliberations,
stinger.
the opposition
There.
party is going to fight you tooth and nail.
Those fossils pushing for highway funding.
It sounds like they're strongly against the infrastructure cuts. I imagine it's going to be a long fight.
Hello, Mario.
But you do have an appearance scheduled for that evening. Should I cancel it or maybe try
What's
to
your personal
reschedule?
favorite wrestling game of all time?
I have an appearance?
I will answer that
Oh,
after
yeah.
this cutscene, Ryan. But first
It's
off,
almost time for a 10,000 year Cheetos break, my dudes.
dude, you know what? I wish I could take a break for 10,000 years, but alas, capitalism waits for no one. Ryan, first off, hi, welcome to tonight's Lawn Boy Club meeting. Hopefully you're doing good. Hopefully you're staying warm if you live in the States, like me and Nelson do, unfortunately. Where it is single-digit temperatures at most right now.
Isn't this the one for that newspaper? They invited a bunch of kids to that, I thought.
Yes, sir.
Let's not cancel it then. Wouldn't it look bad? I'm sure those parents have spared no expense making sure their children look presentable for an occasion like this, right?
I'm sure, but
It'll be fine. I'm gonna run circles around those windbags and we'll have deliberations wrapped up in no time.
I'm
we can't
sorry,
disappoint the children,
Ryan.
can we?
understood, sir. We'll
Stay
hold the
warm.
appearance as scheduled.
Chicken whether we're on.
You know what? Why don't you call it a night?
Good night, then.
Yeah, I'm not leaving my house unless unless it's a matter of life or death.
I gotta do delivery tomorrow, so a lot of roads will be ice.
Good
so
news,
I gotta
I
be
hope.
careful.
I finally found it. The party chair's secret weapon. Turns out it was on the other side of the Great Wall of Muscle this whole time.
Go figure.
If you have any of our visitors from Kansai you can spare, I could use the extra hands.
That's fine. We're already more than well staffed in Tokyo. I'm willing to send you all the manpower you'll need.
I'd imagine it's necessary work patch. I want you and Renee freezing to death. The two towers. Yeah, I knew it. That was the dude. That was the end of a chapter if I've ever seen one. Wow.
Yeah.
That's the dun dun ow, dun 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 moment right there. The young master from the very beginning of the story.
And he's still alive.
He's still alive, and he's
After
a man
supposedly
of
being
great
told
power.
he was dead.
Yeah. He's a man of great power and influence now. Oh, hey, there's my shit that I need to harvest.
Let's see. This probably has some juicy details.
Ryu Aoki, current governor of Tokyo, age 42. That's even the same age as the young master.
Don't freak out. Maybe it's all a coincidence.
It says Aoki was a shut-in until he was 20. Then he suddenly took off for America. He took political econ courses at Harvard, where he became close friends with Hajime Ogasawara. Then they came back to Japan. You know, I think they founded Bleach Japan that year.
Maybe by then he was already making all his shadowy plans.
Bleach Japan's agenda is hardly shadowy. In fact, it was pretty damn heartwarming for lots of folks. Seeing those youngsters demand decency, and Aoki's popularity skyrocketed. He was on magazine covers, on TV. He was in the public eye every day. Got a gig as a commentator eventually.
That's right, and then
God.
he entered politics. He left Ogasawara in charge of Bleach Japan. Looks like he didn't win the governor race by a landslide exactly, but now his approval
wait.
rating is 80%.
Ryan, I'd probably say my favorite wrestling game is either SmackDown vs. Raw 2011 or Here Comes the Pain.
Plus, he's got no political enemies. Life's good for him.
Are there any articles
I've
that
said
say
for
he
me,
has
it's
another
Here
name?
Comes the Pain or No
That's what I
Mercy.
want to know.
I don't see anything like that. But I still think you're jumping to conclusions.
I wouldn't write off what Kasuga's saying, though. There's a lot of stuff that make perfect sense if it turned out Masato Arakawa is the governor.
Yeah?
Like what?
Like his sudden gain in political support that I was just talking about. That was all because he destroyed the Tojo clan with his Kamurocho 3K plan.
Was that the plan to wipe out all the Yakuza?
Yeah. After he rolled it out, the Tojo officers vanished from the city like so much smoke in the wind.
Vanished?
Yeah. I mean, they probably just
I
fled the city
recognize
out
all
of
three
panic.
from their backs.
They knew they were on the verge of getting busted. The 3K plan enacted a bunch of new anti-Yakuza laws. The cops had a smorgasbord of violations to pick from.
Eye patch, man.
They could have booked
On
the
the
whole
left.
damn Tojo clan. So yeah, I assume the officers skipped
Not by
town when
4 or
they
5,
saw
so
the
you don't know what's
cloud
on the
of
right.
charges hovering over them.
Definitely sounds like they were backed into a corner.
Right. Although it wasn't really the 3K plan itself that made them feel trapped. It was more because the Tojo's internal affairs got leaked to the police. And I'd bet my life the guy who leaked it was Masumi Arakawa.
You think the patriarch of the Arakawa family colluded with the governor?
Well, if the governor is Masato like Kasuga thinks, then it's all in the family. Forget collusion. That's just plain nepotism. Hey, it would also give Arakawa a reason to betray his clan. Well, he was more loyal to his son than he was to the Tojo clan. Most men would be.
Most men, yes, but not Arakawa-san.
Well, if you say so, but you have to admit, my theory makes sense. Arakawa is human. And what's more human than wanting the best for your child? Parents, even Yakuza parents, will do anything for their kids.
Not wrong.
Is the governor really the young master? So, how did he do it?
One thing I don't get. How did the young master hide his past? A Yakuza can't become governor.
Well, maybe he bought a family register.
You can just buy one?
Yep. It's easier to create a fictional person than you think. Yeah, doctor up a photo,
Welcome back.
slap on a false name,
Hello, Dad.
and file a fake official register. I mean, you can get by on that for a good while. As long as no one takes a deep look
How you
at your
doing?
file, of course. Otherwise, it falls apart real quick.
Well, of course it does if it's all lies.
Right, but if you altered an existing register instead of making one from scratch, the lies wouldn't be so obvious. Now, I'm thinking there was probably an actual shut-in named Ryo Aoki. Masato bought or stole Aoki's family register and is impersonating him.
Is taking someone else's family register really that simple?
I never said it was simple, but it is possible, especially if you've got money or the right connections. Don't you think, Kasuga?
The young master would have had the money and connections to do it. So yeah, I can see it. But why would he go to all that trouble?
To hide his Yakuza background, so he could be governor. The public would never accept a politician with Yakuza roots.
Ichiban, who told you that Masato was dead?
One of my senpai from middle school, back in Kamurocho. It was just the other day, actually.
Maybe the Arakawa family started spreading that rumor around themselves.
Hold on! Hold the hell on!
Oh. How's Ryo Aoki walking? Is he
What?
not in a
What is
wheelchair
it?
anymore?
The young master couldn't walk. He used a wheelchair. The governor can walk.
Oh, then they can't be the same person. How could he hide a disability like that?
Well, the article said Aoki studied abroad in the US, right? Maybe he got surgery there.
No, the doctor said he was wheelchair-bound for life.
Well, maybe here in Japan that's true. But sometimes you can get procedures done in the US that aren't available here.
Hey, who's the guy who looks like there's a stick up his ass?
That's the police commissioner, Orinouchi.
Oh, your eternal rival.
I think
we gotta
I've
kill
seen
that
him
guy.
before.
When?
Sometime before I went to prison. But when was it?
Yep.
Oh. I remember you.
Oh, right! I
Was that
saw him at a
the
cabaret
hostess
club I
club?
took the young master to.
Yep, the cabaret club
Orinouchi
before
was this dude
each
that the young
prominent-
master's favorite girl was in love with.
Ah. So the governor and the police commissioner used to be rivals in love. Bet that made for a awkward meeting.
Yeah, I'm sure they remember each other, especially if Ichiban does. I wonder what all went down.
Damn. Kamrocha's looking like a pretty big piece of the puzzle now. But I can't really put it all together yet. Confusing ass mess.
No point in dwelling on it right now. Let's call it a day. I'm beat.
But guys, remember what Mabuchi said? The Omi Alliance is going to invade. You can sleep after hearing that?
Hell yeah. It's not like we can do anything about it when we're tired.
Good point. Let's head back and hit the hay.
We don't even need to head back.
Huh?
Hey,
Spare
barkeep.
serotonin, please.
Remember when I asked you about that room on the second floor?
Thank you for massaging my brain, Patch.
Oh yeah, I cleaned it up for you. It's all yours.
I grant you serotonin
Nice.
as well.
Thanks.
What room?
Hopefully a better time with typing of the dead.
There's some vacant space on the second floor. They're using it
Oh
for
yeah, we
storage
went
right
up there
now,
like
but I asked if we could use it as a
for
hideout.
5 minutes and stared at the
I
wall.
mean, your place definitely has its mood and all, but it was, getting kind of cramped. Here we'll have more room. Plus, at night, we can drink down here and then just stumble up to bed. How's that for convenience?
Yeah, it is great, but... You sure you're okay with this, pal?
Yeah, whatever. The room wasn't being used for anything, so it's no skin off my nose.
So basically, you've moved up from sleeping in
I don't
a
know how.
cramp-ass room
But I heard you're fighting for the people of this
used
town.
mostly for call girls
Well, I'm not
to
so
a room
desperate
in a
that I can't
bar.
offer a shabby old room to a hero and his party.
Wow, dude. Thanks! We'll keep
Dude,
the
he's
room
playing
as
into
neat
his
as
hero
you prefer.
fantasy. That's so cute. I love that.
Smooth.
Wow. Enough with the whiskey puns, you two. You will drive me to drink.
Dude, we are gonna get to that.
Hey,
we're gonna get to
you
that
don't like my jokes, you
Kamarocho
can forget about
penthouse in
using
no
the room.
time. I fucking bet. So you can
I
hit
mean,
the
that's one
sauce.
reason, Devin. But the other is that this like, I'm guessing this room is bigger than the previous one, which
Oh,
could only
yeah.
house like 2 people at most.
That's very true.
And that's being generous.
Fortunately, the Longboy Club can house 2.5 minutes of ads because that's what's coming. I'll be
It's
right back. I'm
break
gonna
time.
pee.
Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw rolls on after this.
It's no big surprise that Eidos is moving up the video game food chain, considering last year's mega hit Tomb Raider. The sequel uses the same formula to great success, with minor control changes for sidestepping, and of course, all new worlds and vehicles. The game starts off with a peek at ancient China. A dragon attacks the Great Wall, and a soldier notices a dagger embedded in his chest. Oddly, removing the dagger results in the dragon's death. Weird. You play Lara Croft,
funny how,
complete
like,
with front-loaded
the Roman
anvils,
thing
searching
looks like
for
it
the
falls
dagger
short.
centuries later. Your path to the dagger will take you just about everywhere, and that snow speeder kicks a major you-know-what. Tomb Raider has slightly more action than exploration this time around, but you may not notice the difference. This is good, because that way everybody's happy. Obviously, we're giving Tomb Raider 2 a good review. We fully expected to do so. We knew the game would be great, and it is, and we've only just scratched the surface. In answer to Lara's giant earrings, however, we have a challenge to Eidos. In Tomb Raider 3, create a storyline in which Lara gets breast cancer. Imagine the drama of a vulnerable Lara Croft still persisting in her worldly adventures despite her illness. It needs fleshing out, no pun intended, but we guarantee the gaming world would be shocked, stunned, and moved at the effort to make Lara's character more meaningful. We love Laura, but it's about time the industry had a big shock for a change. It's no shock that Tomb Raider 2 is excellent. Everyone should buy it. Period. The end.
I actually have those gas stations where I am.
Oh, I'm back. Okay.
Are you back?
Why did you drop so much on me?
I don't know.
I saw that. Oh, hey! What the? Ah! Dude, the honk catches me off even now. It catches me off guard even now. I love it. Yeah, Ryan, I will say that
excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. Ryan, I will say that SVR06, that also holds a place in my heart. I might have played that maybe just as much as Here Comes the Pain when I was a kid, if not for the GM mode. Although, ever since Discovery Total Extreme Wrestling 9, almost any general manager mode in a WWE game feels shallow by comparison. I know, I'm sick, dude, I'm standing on business, I'm sticking my nose up. I have high standards when it comes to management sims now, because I've been spoiled by goddamn Total Extreme Wrestling 9. I'm a snob now.
Clearly.
Listen, man, in no other game can you have WWE, TNA, New Japan, Pro Wrestling Noah, All Japan, goddamn CZW, and like every territory of the NWA, all happening concurrently, and you can play as any one of them you want. It's great. Yeah, exactly. Watch our TEW9 streams on the Long Boy Club archives on YouTube. By the way, you'll find that right here. Fucking patch plugin. No. You subscribe. You subscribe right now. Because I have a new one coming up here tomorrow. So we finally get to a TNA against all odds. Let's see how the town's doing with the threat of an Omi Alliance invasion. They probably have no clue what's coming. Mysterious fruit.
Oh yeah, because you use mysterious seeds.
These plum-ass looking things. These are like evil plums. Mysterious bulb. Rose seeds. Hot pepper seeds. Sure. I don't have any fertilizer. How do I buy fertilizer?
Gotta find some.
I did not know that's what they were called, daikon. To me, they were just white carrots.
Oh, I guess.
Who is that?
Yeah.
Follow Edge. You've been following me for over 2 years now? I'm sorry. No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to be like that. Thank you. Thank you very much, Devin. I really, really appreciate it. Hopefully I'm still, giving you something you want after all this time. Hey, Hamako-san? What's wrong? Some Yakuza came by looking for you. What? A guy named Totsuka from the Seiryu clan. Totsuka, huh? How'd he look? He had a whole bunch of his boys with him. I think they're going bar to bar asking about you. I'd steer clear of my place for a bit. Gotta go. Wait, Hamako-san. Shit fucking slaps, I miss that stuff. A daikon I know as a pink rash, mostly popular with Korean shit. Oh,
what'd she say?
Totsuka's apparently out searching for us, so she says we should stay away from her shop.
But I thought Totsuka was.
Yeah, I thought the Seiryu clan came down hard on him for the whole retirement home scam. Which means we should probably go see for ourselves. Even though she literally just told us to stay away. You're welcome to stay behind if you want. Ass. I'm going to.
Well, time to go see what the hell's going on.
I disagree. I think it's time. Kimchi. We started it, and now we must finish it. Hold on, where is it? There it is.
There's
right
a lot of sub-stories you haven't, like, finished yet.
There's a lot of sub-stories that could start. Yeah, there's a lot
Yeah,
of
there's
shit
a bunch of new ones that could start. Holy shit.
I don't even remember how I found you. I don't remember that either, honestly. But thank you for finding me. I appreciate you being here, man. Alright, let's warm up with some fucking J-Brons.
Get over.
Kind of beefy J-Brons, unfortunately. Nice.
Right.
And finally you.
Ready now.
I almost forgot that this game could take place during the daytime. That's how long we've been just, like, you know, doing stuff at night.
I mean, you collected cans during the day.
I did collect cans during the day, but that was like a year ago, Nelson. You understand?
God.
Let me just make sure this is on the map. Okay, there you go. Now I need to go and talk to someone about my kimchi. TNA theme. Oh, what, the battle music? The BGM sounds like Party Up by DMX, but with the serial numbers filed off.
God, hearing someone bring up DMX in the 2026.
I mean, Patches within your age range, so.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Senpai.
Yo.
Don't leave me. Hey, are you alright? Sorry, it's just that I thought you were crying. Oh. Yeah, I guess I was. I could always lend an ear if you want. It helps to let it out sometimes, you know? But if you don't want to vent to some stranger, I get that too. To be honest, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. My senpai, who I've loved for so long, is suddenly going to study abroad. Okay. And after he gets back, he's going straight to college, just far away from here. I came to the station to let him know my feelings, but the thought of never seeing him again has reduced me to tears. Tears that won't stop flowing. I get it now. To this senpai of yours. Is he gone already? Well, he's at the platform. That means he's almost gonna leave, no? Nice. I want nothing more than to see him off, but I can't let senpai see me like this. Not with my eyes all puffy and my makeup smeared. I look disgusting. Oh, come on now. It's not that bad. It is too. I would die if he only remembered me as some sobby, snot-dripping mess. I'd also die just to see him one more time. To send him off with a warm smile, maybe a warm kiss. But that'll never happen. Hey, no need to be so down on yourself. No. I should just go. Senpai's right up those steps, too. If I see him, it'll be a total disaster, I'm sure of it. Menacing men? They look like the dudes you'd find in a grocery store? Listen, they're menacing. They tried to hit me. What should I do? It's like my feet are glued to the ground. It's like no matter what I do, it's gonna turn out wrong. Letting go of someone is always hard. Wish there was some way I could help. All she needs is the courage to take the first step forward. Fuck yeah, dude. Too bad she's not like that businessman, running full speed ahead. Of course, that was only because of the kimchi. Is something wrong? You went quiet all of a sudden. Oh, no, I'm good. Now there's an idea. I give her some ultra spicy kimchi. She runs up those stairs without a second thought. Her farewell might be ruined, but the stuff's too strong. What's the best option here?
We gotta share it.
How else am I gonna get rid of this stuff? Listen, I know it's tough being away from someone you really care about. I would know.
Yeah.
Good? Yeah. And all you want to do is give them a piece of your mind, right? Yes, but the feet won't move no matter what I do. Then why don't I give you a little push? Huh? Here. Don't ask, just eat. Dude, no. Absolutely the fuck not. The only noble cabbage dish besides sauerkraut. This thing looks like pot of greed. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
No, it's the jar of greed. It's jar of greed.
It's a jar of greed. Dude, you just presented this
No,
here
that's an
with
actual
no
card.
explanation. What did you think was gonna happen? Wait, what?
Dude, that's an actual card, by the way, Logan. Jar of greed.
I know. You draw two, right?
No. That's pot of greed. Jar of
okay.
greed is something else. It's a trap card.
It looks like it looks like an urn. It does. That's awesome. Come on. Ew, no. Why kimchi? Why are you trying to feed me? I'm not trying to feed you. I'm offering you a shortcut to success. Now get over yourself and try it. This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard, and from a stranger, no less. I think kimchi's gonna solve my problems. The train will be arriving shortly on platform 1. Oh. The train will be arriving shortly on platform 1. Please wait. Hey, clock's ticking. You have to leave right now or it's game over. Ask yourself, do I want to see my senpai or not? Fine. If Kichi's gonna help, I'll do it. I doubt this will change anything. Well?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh no.
Kimchi's Korean, yes. It is Korean.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ah! This is way too spicy! This is way too spicy! Senpai! Douse me with your love, Senpai! Douse me with your love! Oof. Well, that's one way to light the fire. Maybe I'll check on her just in case. Ichiban respects all Ichiban respects all cultures. Excuse me. You can't go in without purchasing a ticket, sir. Even if you are seeing someone off. Ah, right. Well, I mean, that didn't stop her. She ran and ran and ran.
She had to pay money! She had to pay money to get in.
Dude, how am I ever gonna get my tuition if I'm doing this shit? Looks like the train took off. Hope she made it to her senpai in time. Kyoko, what's wrong? Your face is all red. It was the kimchi. Here, let me get you to the first aid office. No, I'll be alright. It's not as bad as it looks. Anyway,
your mouth is burning.
No, it is. You're literally like shooting smoke out of your ears like a cartoon. It made you miss your train. That's not what's important. I'm just glad you're okay. Senpai, listen. There's something I needed to tell you. Oh, what is it? I've been feeling this way for a long time, and yeah, this would be a good time to bail. Oh, okay, good. Hell yeah.
Hey.
Oh.
Everyone's like, alright, time to go.
Yeah, exactly. Oh. Yeah, I did. And guess what? We're going to the same college. Once I graduate high school, that is. He did say he'll be waiting for me, though. Sweet. So it all worked out, huh? I think so. It's gonna be a lonely road until then. Plus, I'm kind of a ditz. I don't even know if I'll even get accepted. But even so, I'm not gonna let that, deter me. And hey, thanks for helping a girl out. Oh, that's cool. It must be nice to be young and in love. See? Your face was leaky as a faucet and your cheeks are red as a tomato. But a beautiful smile is what really counts. Gee, thanks. I really could have done without the kimchi, you know? Ah, yeah, probably. My bad. Sheesh. Well, I guess I should go study. Gotta work hard to get into the right school.
Okay.
Yeah, I bet. Good luck. I don't know, man. That shit was good. Hey, actually, that kimchi wasn't too bad. I fucking know, man. Thanks for the snack. I should be the one thanking you. You show me just how useful a container of kimchi can be. Maybe I'll share this with others who look like they need it. Are there other people who need this? Oh, right. That old lady. Wonder if she crossed the street yet. She can't still be struggling. Maybe I'll check just in case. Dude, she's been working that shit for hours at this point. That's crazy. Hold on. I need to see that.
This kimchi is...
It's the best, man.
It's becoming a weapon of mass destruction.
Oh, yes! Yes, we can continue it. There. Alright, cool. Is it yes. Ichiban respects all cultures. Ichiban is just based entirely. We've learned all throughout this that he is the picture of positive masculinity. Is Ichiban. So is Kiryu. Most of the Yakuza protagonists are very good men. So. Oh, well. Right, that guy's dead. Speaking of dead, give me your money.
I'm ready.
Oh boy. You know, I kind of wish that I wasn't just a freelancer right now.
Come on, let's go.
They didn't do that, whatever.
Come up.
And that didn't even do anything.
Yeah, and that's only a single target thing anyways.
Yeah, didn't really do much. This is why we love it. It is why we love it. Damn it.
I mean, you say that, but you haven't really, like, seen all of the characters as protagonists.
Yeah, but I love what I've seen, you know?
Because you haven't seen Sajima, you haven't seen Tanomura, you haven't seen Shinada, and you haven't seen Akiyama.
Probably like this. Ow!
Cool.
Here, you know what? I don't like you. Get over here. Let's see if that headgear actually does anything. Apparently it does nothing.
Exactly. Where's headgear does nothing.
That's like Michael Cole headgear, dude. It's all for show.
Let's go.
I mean, then again, your headbutting headgear, it's like not gonna save you from that.
Well, yeah, but like it should save you a little bit, right?
No, not really. Not really. Like headgear is just to give you some protection, but it's not gonna like stop you from like. Damn.
Dang.
I'm up.
You're gonna get stomped. Here we go.
Jeez, you hit him so hard, he like almost went around that pole like a ringer.
Yeah, I know, right? He's crazy.
Next time.
Alright. I gotta get rid of more of this kimchi chat. Does anyone here even like kimchi? Because like
I've said it before. I know like when I was living with Ryan, his mother made kimchi all the time, but I never tried it, so.
Maybe you would have liked it. Maybe you would have been saying, it burns!
I don't know. I just know that she and Ryan always told me whenever I was done using like the jars that I use for pasta to rinse them out and then just leave them out so she can have somewhere to put them.
Sure.
Like I said, I've never had kimchi before, but I know like I have had some Korean food.
You're gonna be in a world.
I'll say this much: moving to Colorado, I've definitely expanded on what I'm willing to try and what I'm not willing to eat. Like I remember one time at my job, I tried fried okra.
What's one thing that you wouldn't have tried before that you now really like?
Best shot. I'm up. Come on. Let's go.
It's for me, like my palate has like increased so much. Like,
here we go.
Zach isn't gonna mind if I say this on stream. Zach has the palate of a 9-year-old. It's very hard to cook for him. Because most of the stuff that I like is stuff that he doesn't. It's more complex stuff. But if I put like just like standard plain food in front of him, it'll be fine. Like I tried to like make like you know, the sock chili for him, and that was too spicy even for him. Whereas, like, I have it, and I'm just like, this isn't really much at all. So,
Pat says, next time you come, I really do need to take you to a Korean place. Best fried chicken ever. Bulgogi as a whole is incredible.
Incredible. I would love to try that.
Ready when you
But we
I
got
know, like, for
Chinese
me-
food last time I was around. Maybe when the G1 comes.
I know. Sorry, go ahead.
After all this time, she still can't cross?
Dude, she's been here for hours.
Oh, I know I can do it. Somehow.
Ma'am, are you still having trouble?
Hmm? Oh, you're that young fella. Here's my dilemma. I can almost make it, but then the light starts flashing and I get cold feet. Back in my heyday, I was the star of the track team. Quick Foot Ume, that's what they called me.
How many decades ago was
Now
that?
I'm just an old fossil who can't even cross the street. Oh, if only these legs still worked.
Now I get where she's coming from. In her
Oh,
heart, she's
chow
still a
mein.
star athlete. I bet this kimchi could give her the kick she needs. Maybe I should offer her some right
Is that
before
what
the signal
bulgogi is?
changes.
No. I would never have tried chow mein before I moved out here. Ryan had me
Oh.
try it.
It's very good, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it fucking is.
It's kind of why I always buy it whenever I go to Panda Express. I always get chow mein.
Mm-hmm. I usually get the rice because it's just easier to get on the meat. But I also like the chow mein too.
Unfortunately for me, I've always hated rice. Even if I'm a Hispanic, I'm very particular. Like, I'll only eat rice with, like, those Viennese sausages, or
Yeah.
chicken.
You like it when it's like chicken fried? Yeah.
Yeah, basically. So
Sure, I get you.
basically,
chicken
like
fried
as I
rice.
said in Spanish, or like I only eat rice like when it's arroz con salchicha or arroz con pollo.
Yep. Arroz con pollo. Yes.
Try putting a little of this in your mouth.
That serious face
Here.
on him.
Here.
Kimchi.
Here is the map.
Changes.
Oh, now what is this? That's
Hold
not
on.
kimchi, is it?
It is. And I know it may sound bonkers, but this stuff will light a fire under your ass, no doubt.
Hold on, I gotta get something ready.
I just find it funny how this kimchi, everyone's eating it, and then they're running at the speed of fucking sound, complaining about how hot it is.
Ugh.
Okay.
Truthfully, I've got half a mind to shoo you away for suggesting I engage in such nonsense.
Oh boy, what are you
But
doing?
I've seen what a kind person you are. You're honest to
Gordon
a
Ramsay
fault.
would hate this woman.
And I do know you mean well. I'll trust you, young man.
Yeah! Come on. Uh-oh.
Hot.
Oh, not into the pit! It burns!
Finally got the street! That was sick, Granny!
Sorry. I thought you couldn't hear it, and also I
Dude,
just played the goddamn thing.
Fucking it burns.
Wait, I finally relive my
It burns!
all thanks to you.
It burns.
Goodness.
Everyone's just screaming, "It burns!"
Fiery stuff nearly burned me to ashes mid-run.
Oh, you saw that? She ran like she was an Olympic gold medalist.
I know. It was
just
Kurt
glad you're
Angle
all right.
fucking rookie year. I love that.
Say I'm more than just all right. I feel light and limber like never before. Where might I find more of this miraculous kimchi?
Oh, an older guy on Sakura Alley sells it. He might still be around.
Is that right? I ought to spread word around the neighborhood association.
Make sure you warn everybody.
I will certainly try. In any case, see you around.
Glad it all worked out.
IT burns.
I'm thinking that kimchi seller might
IT burns? Homunculus.
Share the good news with the kimchi.
The G1 starts in July, yes, and it is starting in Chicago. So, maybe you and I can go.
It burns!
It burns! Sorry, but anytime I heard that, I just thought of, like, Ganon from the Faces of Evil.
I don't blame you.
Not into the pit! It burns!
I mean, even Ichiban was like that when he had that kimchi, you remember?
Mm-hmm.
He ran away like, it burns!
Also need to figure
That
out when
kimchi.
Ring of Honor comes back. We do, yeah. I'd imagine it's like taped before, you know, an episode of AEW stuff.
That kimchi is literally just sending everyone. Iron plate, huh?
I'm still,
well, you can
like,
sell that for some money.
I'm still upset that, like, I'm not allowed to revive AEW Dark in my, in my modern day save in TEW. I can have a maximum of 2 shows, and I already have Collision. But I can't have just, like, a throwaway B show that I can use to, like, you know, train, like, new guys. So, I'm not gonna cancel Collision because, you know, Collision is, you know, like, really big too. So, unfortunately, I have to bite the bullet and just try and get big enough to where networks will want fucking Dark as,
I mean,
you
you
know, a
could,
third
but
show.
you'd have to put it on YouTube.
No, because not even YouTube fucking accepted it. You saw that. Like, we were playing together, and, like, I tried to pitch it to YouTube, and not even YouTube wanted it. That's
YouTube's
sad.
like, what the fuck is this shit?
Meanwhile, Dynamite and Collision are getting 2 million views every fucking week. That's insane.
Why are you looking
Like,
both ways?
AEW
It's not
wish-
a...
What now?
I'm like, why are you looking both ways? It's not a street that cars go down.
Because I'm talking and I need to stem.
One order of miracle kimchi, please.
Oh, let's go. Oh boy, that's a lot.
Whoa, what
Yeah, that mod's unrealistic.
swamped with customers now?
Oh, you're the young man from last time. As you can see, my business took off out of nowhere. I'm raking it in right now.
Yeah? Good to hear, man.
But I'm puzzled as to how my kimchi suddenly got so popular. People keep asking whether it helps with running or romance. Would you know anything about that?
Good question. The important thing is business is looking good. And I know people like the flavor, so I'm sure they'll be back for more.
I sure hope you're right.
Can I get some kimchi, please?
Oops. I guess I'll get out of your way. Don't want to hold up the line.
Well, I encourage you to stop by again. I'll sell you kimchi anytime.
Ooh, you're the gentleman from earlier.
She's
Hey there, lady from the
always nursing the back.
Remember that kimchi you gave me? I went ahead and splurged on a huge batch. He gave me some extra as a bonus for buying so much. So would you care to join me?
Ooh, sounds good.
Oh boy.
Don't mind if I do.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Alright, run it back, brother.
Oh no. It burns!
It burns!
Oh!
Huh? Oh, I can put her on the
Ichiban
socks.
Confection.
I'm guessing it's
Yep,
pretty
you can have
cheap.
it coming from the management menu.
Yeah, G1 is at the same arena. I'm guessing it's pretty cheap to run there. And it's a nice enough place. It is. I mean, it's pretty out of the way.
Well,
but
there you go. Now you got a new... Oh, you can buy kimchi from him now. Look.
is that all he sells?
I guess we'll find out. Yeah, miracle kimchi. Eat to increase turn speed. Wow. Increase turn speed?
I'll take 10, brother. It's out of the way and the seats are small as fuck. It is pretty...
Damn.
Yeah, the seats are pretty small, but I enjoy the atmosphere there. And we were
Hello,
sat next to,
Mario.
like, Sort of like a lot of know-it-all
Good-ass
fans.
kimchi.
Dude, I don't know about that. If it makes, dude, I don't know about that. If it makes you go. It burns.
I mean, it's gotten all these people to fucking run their asses off.
I know.
Irashai?
If I want to up
So it
my
must be doing
cardio, that's
something
what I
right.
gotta do. Hi, dude,
Oh, look,
high-end
high-end
kimchi. That shit ain't got nothing on what I just bought. Can it increase the turn order? No, that's what I fucking thought. Also, hi, Mr. Doe. Welcome to tonight's Longboy Club Me. We were sat next to some smart-ass people, but they were really cool. They were nice. I had to educate them about Gabe Kidd and his time in WCPW, because that's where I found him first. So
I said, that must be the kimchi corner.
Trust food from old people. I don't know, man. I mean, that shit gives you the runs, literally. So.
Yeah, but Ichimon's the one who gave that food to the old person, so.
That's very true. That much is true. Is there any, like, other, like, sub-stories you want to do? Because I'm kind of done with, like, the main stuff for this stream. Oh yeah, that's right. I started one at the end of a stream.
By accident.
By accident. Basically, a guy was like stuck in like a dumpster and I had to help him out. And he says, I'm gonna repay you. So let's see if he's ready to repay me.
Didn't you like save that whole clip?
I did, yeah. Hold on. Well, let's see if I can find it. Hold on.
No, it would be there. No, you had it right. You had it right.
Here?
Like hit circle. No. Like hit the share button again.
Oh, okay, sure. Sure, got it.
And then you can just go over there. Yep. And then go to
Just,
media.
like, shuffle through.
It's gonna show trophies as well. That's kind of the problem.
Dude, I fucking started and got most of the trophies in Sonic Racing Cross Worlds in that time. It's gonna be... Dude, look at all this. But, like, we need the lore dump.
It might be further up. Actually, wait. You could just go to albums. There you go.
Oh. Okay, well, that would help. Yes. Wait till you have some wholesome Latina grandma serve you some food.
Alright, so down...
Dude, I am waiting for that shit.
I think it was
It's
down on the
somewhere
right.
in here. It's somewhere in here.
Yeah, because you were kind of like doing like side stuff while I was like watching.
There he is. There he
Yeah,
is.
there it is. Yeah, this was like the cutscene like he accidentally triggered.
Get me out of here!
No, your play's trash.
What the heck happened to him?
Don't help.
Right. Just ignore what I see. Let's help the guy. Help me! Someone!
Get some cash so I could buy some tamales from the old lady that sells them inside the entrance. I know those kind of people, yeah, where they just sell food at like kind of the weirdest spots. In fact, I'm not joking when I say this, Patch. Back where I used to live in New York, there was this one person who was like making food out of a building right next to us. I'm not joking. Everybody went there to get food, including the police, even though it's supposed to be illegal.
Dude, it says something when they could turn the other way just to get a taste of your food.
What?
I mean, even like many officers know, like, you know, like, hey, if it's good ass food, I ain't saying shit.
I was about to say, like, listen, man. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, I guess. Would that be like, would that be apt to say here or no?
Yeah, it would, because that's kind of the
Don't look a
thing.
gift
Like, I
horse in the
remember
mouth because they're like offering you, you know, good food for relatively cheap. So
yeah.
So
That's
yeah,
why
don't
I'm
look a gift
like,
horse in the mouth.
as I'm like, when I saw that first, when I saw that, I'm like, that's fun. But then again, at the same time, makes sense.
You serious? Why would somebody?
They may be bastards,
that is
but they
illegal.
know what's good. That is very true. They may be bastards, but they know what's good. Sometimes. If you see an abuela selling good-ass food out of their house, or an unlicensed cooler, know you fucking did it. But you should still buy some. Dude,
Exactly.
dude, if they're selling, like, the Harito sodas along with, like, fucking quesadillas, I'm all up in that shit. All right.
Dude, I knew plenty of
Give me
food
5 of
carts that
those.
sold pastelillos.
Exactly, man. I'm all up in that shit.
I saw plenty of carts that sold pastelillos, and I'm telling you, cops would buy from that all the time. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, even though a lot of this shit's supposed to be illegal, many of the time the cops in the area did not give a shit because it's like, dude, this shit's good and it's cheap.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see shit. Oh man, I knew a few cops.
No, they
like,
fucking didn't.
Exactly.
Today, I'm bringing in the motherload.
So he's like dumpster diving.
I better come back and check up on him at some point.
Sorry, we were talking about Mexican food that whole time, but basically
It's fine.
He's like dumpster diving and he's getting himself stuck. So.
Yep. So now we can go and check to see how's that been going. It's not even Mexican food because there's a lot of like Mexican, Puerto Rican. It's all over.
I'm not that.
Spanish food of some.
God, these motherfuckers.
God, I hate the way they move. Fucking.
I mean, you should remember
normally.
them from Yakuza. You should remember them from Yakuza 0.
I do remember them from Yakuza 0. Move normally.
The fact that there's still a thing in fucking 2019 is ridiculous.
We're walking distance from a Hispanic market that we go to every day to get snacks. You get like 4 pork chops for $4, and it was the best pork chops I ever had. Were they like lean pork chops? Like were they like not like, you know, as hard as a
No,
rock?
it sounds like they were really good. Like it sounds like they were like the good stuff, like not the cheap shit you would buy from the supermarket.
They're like, if they're not like hard as a rock, then that shit is, you're set, you know?
I want to be the very best.
Oh, okay. I just need to like to be.
Oh, right on the sidewalk.
Why on the sidewalk? Someone got run over by a car in battle. I missed that. What?
We missed. Wait a minute. Save the clip. Save the clip.
Hold on.
Save the last minute.
It's almost time for a 2.5-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Fine. You know what? I'm
Let's
gonna
watch this
find the
clip real quick.
moment.
Then we did a break.
I'm gonna find the moment while we're in break.
We both missed it.
Wait, hold on.
Hey, you snoozed it.
Fuck did? Yeah, I snoozed it. Sorry, I'm scatterbrained.
Yeah, when did that happen? Someone got hit by a car? Okay, we need to see this. When did the car hit him?
I feel like that happened during Windmill. Let's see.
Let's go.
Dude, select Windmill, me. Please.
He got hit by... Got 2 trophies in that moment.
Oh, dude, his head collided with the tire. Ow. Dude, that's
Damn,
awesome.
2 people just like had the worst day of their lives.
Dude, they got brained by a freaking tire. That's crazy. I love that shit.
That's great.
I have to say, we need like that instant replay.
The fact there's a trophy for that. It's
Let's
amazing.
see that again. That's crazy. Wow. All right. I think
we were both like, wait a minute, someone got hit
that.
by a car?
I think we're
It's
gonna top
break
that for the
time.
next 2.5
Where the
minutes.
heck's
So
the
let's run
Cheetos,
an
my
ad to
dudes?
fill in time. Raw rules on after this.
Oh, we were both like, wait, someone got hit by a car?
Also, Dan, I don't mean
DC has
to
also released Buster Brothers collection
ignore
for the
your thing.
PlayStation. This blast from the past is, well, not worth busting your butt to get. Get it? Buster Brothers. Bust your butt? Oh, well. You know how we love lame humor. This anthology CD includes Buster Brothers, Super Buster Brothers, and Buster Buddies. All 3 games basically have you bust bubbles, which split into smaller and smaller
after a
bubbles,
week, I
which
feel
must
like
also
that's,
be busted. Sounds crazy? It
starting to
is.
stream earlier is
Just
kind
like
of a good
Tetris.
move.
Buster Buddies includes famous paintings and works of art.
Just
like
feels
the
like
Gleaners
that,
shown here.
you know, people
These
and
works serve
regulars
as
can stick around a
backdrops for
little
each
more.
level. Being the silly
Patch
people
got
that
it,
we
sorry,
are, we were
PP.
kind of hoping to see
Sorry.
mannequin piss in the background.
Speaking of
Wouldn't that be
PP,
cool?
piss in the
Hey,
background.
it's
Oh,
a true
God.
famous work of art. Why not? Anyway, no amount of urine can make this
Oh,
game viable.
madre de Dios.
This type of gameplay is just too simple to
But yeah,
attract
like,
today's kids.
that's something
But
I was
hey,
used to in
old
New York,
farts like
people
me
doing that kind of
might
thing,
like
like
it.
selling
Piss
food
or
out of
no
their
piss.
apartments and stuff like that, selling homemade ice, like ices and stuff of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of that kind of stuff that people in my building and the building next to me did.
You know what? I like the idea of that. I like just being able to see people making their shit work for them.
Yeah, but I'm gonna tell you this right now, that shit is super illegal. Like, enough
Well,
that
I
not
mean,
only
if-
can you get a not. Go ahead.
Sure, if it tastes like ass, yeah, it's illegal. But if
No, I know.
you-
That's what I'm saying. Like to the point that not only could you get arrested, you could get evicted and even blacklisted.
Okay, but if it's good, then. It's
Oh
not
yeah, I
illegal
know. I
anymore.
know. That's what I'm getting at, though. It's like it's one of those kind of things where it's like you know what you're doing by doing this.
If I set up shop
But if your
there
food,
and start selling the Sonic chili, those fucking pigs are gonna look the other way. I'm telling you right now. Those pigs have never had a chili that good.
I don't know, man. My neighbor, well, then again, my neighborhood's predominantly Puerto Rican Dominican, so they like their spicy food.
Oh no, yeah, you're right. I'd be up against some stiff competition.
Yeah, I hate saying it, man, but especially where
Nom
I
nom nom.
lived, like
Oh,
I said, my
excuse me,
neighborhood
we're
was
back, my
predominantly Puerto
dudes.
Rican.
Sure, yeah.
Welcome back to Raw, everyone.
Welcome
Yeah,
back to
my neighborhood was
Raw.
predominantly.
Yeah.
My neighbor was predominantly Puerto Rican Dominican, so yeah, you would have a hard time.
Well, a man can try. Wait. Hold on. Oh yeah, that's right. I need to report my shit. Hold on. And maybe buy some shit because we're running out of healing items. So. Ah. Okay.
I still
good.
like this one clip I saw where somebody was trying to order some food in Spanish, and this woman was kind of getting more and more upset with them.
Report my part-time here at work. Yay.
And the reason why that was funny, Logan, is because the woman was like, "Why?"
Because
Because it was like, you know, like they were speaking Spanish. Like, why are you speaking Spanish like I understand it? Because it's a Dominican spot. I need some rice and chicken to go. Like that's all you need to do. And then she said, rice and chicken to go in Spanish. Perfect Spanish. When she just said, why do you assume that I speak Spanish?
Well, it's a predominantly Spanish-speaking area. So.
No, I meant like that video in particular. Like, and the guys are like, "This is a Dominican spot," and then after she said that, the guy's just like, "You speak Spanish?
You speak Spanish, bitch."
That's the joke, because he asked twice for rice and chicken to go in Spanish.
Over here, we speak American.
And then like she's like, "Why do you think I understand what you're saying?" It's like you're working at Dominican spot. Yeah, but why would you assume I know Spanish? Because it's a Dominican spot.
It's a Dominican spot, yes, exactly. Dan, to respond to your thing. So, yeah, yes.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I want you to finish up before I change topic.
The sad part is, Logan, that assumption is not wrong. If you're working at a Dominican spot, you know some level of Spanish.
That's very true. Which is why I don't
I
work
hate
there,
saying
because
that.
I have some Spanish experience, but not nearly enough to get me by. So. I would like to pick up Spanish or just another language again. But.
Honestly, same here.
Hello, Mario.
Hey, Shoujo. We're talking about how. When I walk in on, how you should know Spanish if you're shopping or working in a Dominican area. Or a
Well, just a
Spanish-speaking
Dominican
area.
spot. Just a Dominican restaurant. Like, that's the joke. It's like, you're working at a Dominican restaurant. You should know at least some Spanish.
Just a little bit. Here, I'm gonna go ahead and buy some.
Oh, yeah, because you have no bleeding healing.
In fact, I'll buy like 2 of like all these things just to make sure.
It's because of a video I told Logan about where this person walked into a Dominican spot asking for rice and chicken in Spanish. Woman didn't respond. He said it again, saying rice and chicken to go, please. And then like the girl says, like, why do you assume that I know? Like, it's like, what are you asking me? I don't know what you're saying. It's like, you're working a Dominican spot. And she's like, yeah, but why would you assume I speak Spanish?
Because you're in a Dominican
Because
spot.
it's a Dominican spot. I need some rice and chicken to go. And she's like, all right, that's all you have to do. Yeah. And she's like, all right, that's all you had to say. You didn't need to get all dramatic. And then she says, rice and chicken to go in Spanish. And the guy just stands there like, you speak Spanish?
This fucking bitch. You spoke Spanish this whole time?
Exactly. So it means that she understood him. She was just being fucking difficult.
Kind of sucks.
Okay, Karen, thank you. What the? Oh!
Oh my god, he tried to stop you and each one said, no, bike, bitch.
Eat my bikes.
Kill 3 people with a fucking bike.
As you should have.
I think I hurt my voice with that fucking inflection.
That woman was
saying,
fucking rage baiting him. That's crazy. Now that's quality rage bait.
The sad part is that somebody who, like I said, who used to live in a predominantly Dominican and Hispanic and Puerto Rican area. This is not wrong to think. Like whenever you go to a bodega, you pretty much assume that everyone there knows Spanish.
I just need a little more to top off the goddamn Jim Beam sponsorship.
Oh. But yeah, like for example, the guy who made sandwiches at a bodega that I used to go to, he didn't know a lick of English, only Spanish. I literally had to learn some degree of Spanish to communicate with him.
And how was that?
Still difficult.
I would imagine.
Still difficult, especially when I always had to ask him for like a ham and cheese or a turkey and cheese, whether I wanted it cold or hot or plain.
Alright, that's good. Also, Dan, I was never good at learning Spanish. At school, the highest
If I had
grade
to
could get
describe
was a
generative
C-.
AI, I would quote the great Francis of the Filth, shut the fuck up. No one cares about your robot fan fiction. Know your fucking place. Trash. Fucking robots. I don't give a fuck about no robots. They ain't got no soul.
Did you know that that guy does music now, and it's actually pretty based? Like the
Yeah, I've
music that he
heard.
makes is actually like kind of like a lo-fi, like crooner pop sort of deal. It's honestly pretty nice.
Again, my parents never taught me Spanish, Dan, and the reason why they didn't was because they wanted to be able to talk about me without me understanding. Yeah, it was a very selfish and rude reason.
It's pretty toxic. What? Skater boy.
I mean, that was Trickmaster.
Ah, ow.
Right.
Dude, how come you get first fucking dibs on this?
I know, right? Well, it's true, it is. But that's just how my parents were back in that time frame. Remember, my parents grew up in the time frame of, oh, if you want to get someone to stop something, just hit them hard enough with a belt.
You're gonna get.
And if that don't work, hit them multiple times hard enough with a belt.
Ew.
And if that doesn't work still, apply that with even more hits and grounding them like if they're in prison.
Also, Dan, to respond to your thing from earlier about Sonic. Yeah, I'd rather not think about that close to me. Let's drop it.
No, you're good, Joe. I understand that completely. To be honest, nowadays my mom especially, looks back at those kind of days and realizes she did more harm to me than good.
Check this out.
Like, yeah, it's because like, you know, my mom didn't really understand.
Man.
Oh,
Unfazed.
It might not work on enemies higher level than you.
That guy just
might be one of
breakdance as an attack. Yeah, breakdancing is a form of offense in this game. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But yeah, like my mom even said it herself, like they didn't understand autism and stuff like that back then. They just thought like, oh, well, we keep punishing Nelson enough, he'll eventually stop, right? Because he's going to eventually hate acting this way.
My parents, or like my mom said not too long ago that she kind of always figured that I had autism, but she didn't want to, you know, tell me because she didn't want me to feel lesser than. But like, I am totally responsible. It's like, I mean, I don't feel lesser than now. So.
Yeah, nowadays it's like my mom apologizes to me for the way
make things more sense when I was younger. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I've obviously apologized, and I've honestly forgiven my mom for the way she treated me back then because she said it herself. If she had the knowledge she does today back then, she wouldn't have done a fraction of the stuff she used to do to me. Because she was very aggressive with the punishments. Like if it wasn't physical, it was being like grounded with basically like being in prison. It was being humiliated in front of others.
That stinks.
Etc. Damn skateboarding hippies.
What,
hey,
blood?
I used to skateboard. I used to skateboard. Don't make me come over there, Dan.
You like bought a skateboard right in. Dude, what are you gonna do?
What is happening?
What the? Ah! Dude, really? I couldn't do anything there.
The game couldn't even figure out. Yes, I did. I bought a skateboard in front of you, and I rode that skateboard.
Dude, he was so confused. That was awesome. But yeah.
Yeah, Logan, I still have that skateboard, by the way. It's in my apartment.
I'm glad you still have it.
Yeah, I still have it. I just don't ride anymore because now with my foot and knee being in bad shape, I can't risk it.
Indulge in restoring parties.
Doesn't work nights.
Even Nancy and her coffee
omelet
are here for some pounding. Oh, the loft.
You're gonna be in a world of
Oh, poison.
Yeah, remember we saved this crawfish. Remember we saved them.
I remember the crawfish. It's time to call
We saved them for being
a friend, a lobster.
I summon you.
Call my
We
lobster
saved them for being eaten.
Nancy Chan, crustacean domination. Plague of pincers. Get 'em. It's like the best looking crawfish of all time, though.
And the most powerful.
No game has ever had a crawfish that's looked this good.
Let's go.
Oh, 2 of them got poisoned.
2 of them got poisoned, yes.
Come on.
But yeah, like I said, my mom is nowhere near like that anymore, and in fact, her and I can now joke about that stuff.
Yeah, Dan, I will say that I did see your comment before we went to break.
Let's go.
I said before and I'll say again, I think that the best addition that Sega could make to Sonic consoles at this stage is to allow for a customizable avatar. Like how it is in Forces. Like literally like make characters self-customizable. And like I don't even like need him to have a car. I just think that having a character there would be good.
Oh yeah, I agree. I
think
agree.
being able to customize, you know, like its look and its sort of class would be pretty cool. So yeah.
I mean, they kind of had that with like they kind of had that with Mario Kart 8, where you can actually use your meat as a character.
The hilarious thing is that sorry, is that Sonic Rumble kind of has a version of that because like each of like the species from Sonic Forces have like 5 different presets that you can unlock. Even with something like that, even if something like that was in Crossroads, I'd be fine.
You probably could just let him die from poison.
Probably. I probably could have listened. Now I'm left with a guy who's not poisoned, so that was not very smart on my part.
Honestly, I'd like to see characters from Fleetway, Sonic the Comic, and Sonic Racing Crossroads.
I wouldn't mind that. I mean, personally, I'm kind of at a point where it's like, you know, I can kind of take or leave, like, the old characters. I guess we recently watched, you know, Sonic Sat AM, and it's a very surreal experience watching that show and knowing that none of these characters are relevant in any capacity anymore. So... Yeah. It's a surreal experience. And honestly, I feel like that the franchise is at a point right now where its cast is
Oh my
pretty
god,
solidified.
level 26.
Okay, fine. Hyper Swagger.
It looks like the enemies in the area are starting to level up a bit more.
That's what I get, yeah.
Going in. But if Sega is going to include Tango and Whisper in the game, they have to give them voices. That's the fear that I have right now with Crossworld. Wow.
One-shotted, but yeah, like...
Wow.
I mean, that's kind of the thing, though, because, like, the DLC characters have so far not been given voices, and I feel with that, Tango and Whisper won't have their voices yet either. So...
Yeah, and that's kind of why I'm saying, like, there's a clear disparity going on between the quality of the base game and the DLC. Where the stages are cool, but the characters are not.
The like, you know, base game characters are not. I mean, like, I'm not expecting the people like the Minecraft characters and Pac-Man to say anything. But, like, SpongeBob not talking that mad shit to Shadow is still something that I'm sad we don't have.
The fact that Ichiban has no lines whatsoever, Japanese or English.
Dude, Ichiban never shuts up. So, like, him not having, like, you know, any lines, even, like, ones just ripped from the games, is really weird.
I mean, hell, Joker doesn't have any lines, and he's the most talkative Persona protagonist.
Mm-hmm. You sure had your last beep. Hold on.
They're like, if Tango and Whisper did have voices, are there any VAs? That's hard to say because they've never had a VA.
I do have a bit of an answer, though. First off, Nelson, you're a bum.
Hey.
You voiced the bum.
Why do you have to be voice all the bum characters I'm now noticing?
I don't know.
This is the third one.
I don't know, you're bum-coded.
That's what I'm saying, though. This is the third one. No, fourth. This is now the fourth.
Bum-coded, man. I'm sorry. Oh, hey. All right, Modi wants to get in. He wants to be like, I can be a bum, too.
Let it be known that the president of the Long Boy Club has stereotyped me.
Dude, you fucking call yourself a bum sometimes, too. All right? I'm not projecting.
I haven't done that in a while.
I'm only going along with you. Okay?
I know. I'm just saying. I haven't done that in a while, though. Like, fuck.
You want Wolf King to voice Tango and Whisper? Fuck yeah, man. Fuck yeah. I'll give him lines and I'll mod them into the game. That'd be fun.
My voice is way too,
masculine.
Like,
It's
what
way too
it is.
masculine.
I wouldn't say masculine because...
No, I'd say masculine.
I still sound young to some people for some odd reason.
I mean, you can sound masculine and still sound young. So.
All right.
Anyways, I'll answer your question here in a second, Dan. But first, we gotta do some dialogue.
Yeah, let's go.
Hey, still at it, huh?
Yes, sir. I'm making easy money. Why on earth would I stop? And I never actually seen Yakuza here, aside from the first time. Ain't coming back. Oh, right. I promised to give you something as thanks. I hauled in some nice finds, so pick whatever you like.
Shiny black object. Creepy object? Shiny black object. No, you know what? I don't really have anyone in my party that can really make use of a shiny black object right now.
Okay.
Creepy object. Then can I have this?
Yeah, take it.
Rhyme amulet. Well, what about all the other weird shit that turns up? This is a my Yakuza dumping ground. So you might have just been lucky until now.
You're really that spooked? I think you might be overthinking it. Anyway, would you mind keeping quiet about this place? Can't afford to lose my piece of the pie.
You don't have to worry about me.
That's what I like to hear. Well, I'm off for today. Later.
Yeah.
Kasuga-san.
Yep. Oh, so he'll come back
Sometime later.
They were just standing there
those,
watching me just take random shit from this guy. Anyways, Tangle and Whisper VAs. I will say that because I'll be honest, I don't really have like anyone specific in mind. I do know that if Tangle gets a voice, I would want it to be black-coded, because when I look at Tangle, that's kind of what I see.
I'm ready to
And that's how a lot of the fandom kind of characterizes her. They characterize, or you know, rather like they sort of portray as kind of having, or like a voice kind of like that. As for Whisper, I think that's like dealer's choice, you know?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't really
like,
have
not
anyone
very talkative. Because Whisper's not very talkative to begin with. So
You're gonna get stomped.
that's kind of why I'm like, I can't say because they've never been voiced. There's a couple of ideas you could maybe give, but even then, that's still very like a wide range of people you could have voice. Dan says for some reason I'd like to see Brenda Song as the voice of Tangle.
Brenda Song, what is she? Or what's she known for? So like I said, like a
Yeah,
lot of the fandom characterizes, you know, Emma has some Tangle portrayed, you know, like as a black character. I feel like that would be, you know, something that Sega should aim
You're gonna be in a whirl.
But either way, if they don't have even their like own IP characters voiced, it's gonna continue the disparity between the quality of the base roster and the DLC roster, which sucks. Matt Tipton in the Sweet Like of Zack and Cody, and Boucher and Amphibia.
and
Those are
Amphibia?
some.
Okay, I see that. I see what you mean.
Yeah, I don't know, so you know more than me on this one.
Dude, why is it so weak?
Did you just do like 1 damage?
I did 1 damage, but he's bleeding now, so that's good. Cut the soothing
Stick
stream
herb.
of smoke.
He just healed.
God damn it. Okay, fine. You know what?
Huh?
How?
He's taking 1 health. Why is this dude fart? That is him smoking that good shit.
He's
you
right there
probably should have
smoking up
attacked.
that
He's healing.
shit. Dude, attack
He's just
with
healing
what?
himself to full.
Dude, attack with what? I do not have anything to attack him with. Here.
You can attack with Psycho.
Not my fault if you get hurt.
Bring it on.
Pain in the ass.
Where can I get some?
Not cultural appropriation. What do you mean? What do you mean? He's a hippie. Dude, die.
Oh, he didn't heal again. He just decided to attack.
Ran out of the good shit, dude. Play London Tipton. It's been a while since I've seen the show. Here, let me look up the character.
Ugh, sorry. But yeah, like I said, if they end up not being voiced,
yeah, I can definitely see her doing it. I didn't know that she like does work. Though. Does she do work? Let's see.
and here's the thing: the sad part is, I'm kind of expecting them not to be voiced because, remember, Joker and Ichiban are, you know, like first-party Sega. That's not third-party.
VAs, so.
They didn't get their VAs for that, and you can't even make the argument of Like, you can't even make the argument, oh, well, maybe they're busy. Dude, Joker's VA literally is used in a lot of other games they do, like Persona 3 Reload and Metaphor.
Cool.
So it's like getting them to voice like Joker, even for a couple of sparse lines, my eye.
She does some voice work, and she's had a kid with Macaulay Culkin. Okay.
And hell, I'm not even like the argument. And here's the thing: they've actually said why they're not doing this. They've actually done an interview saying the reason why they're not voicing the DLC characters is because doing unique rival lines, race lines, character lines, all that, and not to mention if they were rivals themselves, they're pretty much making it out like it would be too much work. Because they said that's where a vast majority of the work went into was, yeah, the fact that there's so much unique dialogue between the vanilla cast. And apparently doing that for the DLC would just be too much.
I mean, like, at this point, I would just, you know, just kind of take them just saying, like, one-off things, not necessarily, you know, in rival interactions, but... just like
what you're saying is, but what you're saying is they should go the Injustice 2 route.
Sure, I
because
guess.
that's what Injustice. Okay, let me explain. What Injustice 2 did is that while there were some characters with unique lines amongst each other, like during like before the match actually began, a lot of it was recycled dialogue. Like the amount of times they reused Mikey's like, dude, I could be gaming or whatever with so many other characters is insane. Mostly so like, oh, well, it fits the context of, oh, Batman wants Mikey to be training.
He says, dude, I could be gaming.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember that too. I love the delivery of it. It's fun. Gangbanging in a maid outfit is crazy. Wait, what? Hold on, back up.
Context.
Where the fuck did that come from?
Yeah, exactly. Context. All right, here we go. Back to this guy.
Back up, brother.
Ahoy there, Kasuga-san. After all that belly aching, you came back.
Yeah. I just came to see how things were. So you find anything today?
I'm fishing something up right now. Let's see.
Wait, no, not that kind of gang. What kind of gang banging then? Never mind. I'm a
would you look at that? Sure, it's got a nice design, but that's just the tip of the trash berg.
Yo.
Don't get yourself stuck head first like last time.
Psh, I won't make the same mistake twice.
Huh?
Hmm?
Never mind, I'm a Dude, no, now I'm curious.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh,
that's
hey.
a bloody shirt. Holy shit!
What is it? Oh, shit. It's drenched in blood.
It's still wet and sticky. It's all full of holes.
Now you got me curious, Birdie. Are you shitting me right now?
Shouldn't we report this to the police? Where's my phone? Where's my phone? I don't even have a phone.
Hold on.
Dude, calm down.
Uh-oh.
Maybe it's floor ketchup or strawberry jam. Let's stick some Cheetos in it and find out.
Okay, man, but don't fucking come to me when you have a bloodborne illness. Hey. Nelson, you're burly. Be the burly
What?
Yakuza.
Wait, you don't pause.
Fuck, whatever.
Oh.
Sorry about
Whatever.
that, Niki. Figured I could, get away with chucking some random shirt.
You figured? What if that leads right back to you, idiot?
No, I'm a dumbass. A real piece of shit, really.
Whatever. You threw it out around here? Go find it, quick.
Okay. Should be right there on that pile of... Fuck? You know how thugs be repping their sets? That's what I mean. Oh, okay, okay. It's for the other kind of gang banging. No, okay, good.
Ooh. Oh my god.
Hey, you! What do you think you're doing?
Huh? I was just, shit. For fuck's sake, of all the shit in that heap, you just had to find that. Did I do something wrong? Put it to you this way. Your garbage digging ass just turned up incriminating evidence, so I can't let you walk out alive. Chalk it up to a stroke of bad luck, but hey, no hard feelings. My condolences and all that shit. So, you killed whoever was wearing this shirt. And this is all that's left? I could tell you that. But what good it's gonna do to tell a dead man? I'd be wasting my breath.
Damn. Great, now I gotta fight this guy. Alright, cool. It's the only kind of mates that would do...
You're gonna get
I think the only kind of mates that would do that would be in the district.
And shot. Shot.
Why are things like suddenly horny in the chat? That's crazy.
Actually hurting my voice right now. Oof.
Let's go.
Goddamn, Spanish-speaking food talk got you really tired of this.
I mean, it's a very fun topic. Where's Jean-Claude Van Damme when you need him?
Jean-Claude Van Damme?
Here we go.
I mean, he's not.
We don't
in
talk
New
about that
Street
on
Fighter.
Twitch.
We don't talk about that on Twitch.
Yeah, you trying to get us fucking, like, demonetized?
You want to get sued?
Let's go.
Van Daminator.
The Van Daminator. Oh, God.
This guy is just having the worst day of his life. Sleep substance.
No.
Oh my god.
That was horrifying.
That's fucked.
Alright, get him. Quick. Quick, kick him. Yeah. I swear I misspoke. No, no, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
You're good. You're good. No worries.
So awful.
Oh, hey.
And run afoul of the...
Never thought I'd dig up some...
Wait, there's VA work. There's VA work.
Okay, okay.
Guess there's no shortcuts to money and success, are there? I always hated the idea of money ruling the world. So I chose to walk the path of the dumpster diver.
They fucking put them in the...
But maybe it's time I suck it up and get an actual job, huh?
That might be a good idea.
Now, I would have been killed were it not for you. So here, I hope you get some use out of this.
Intimidation manual.
Anyway, I'm off to find some work. Maybe a shower.
Jean-Claude Van Damme is like Bruno. We don't talk about him.
Try and take care of the ladder stuff first.
You know, maybe I ought to work a garbage truck, picking up one shiny bundle of joy after another.
Jean-Claude Van Damme, I don't want to see him on my screen more like.
Sheesh. Guess one man's trash.
You can still see them.
Yay, we did it.
Still.
Oh, hey,
hey, you can hire him.
Put him in the real estate now. By the way, we didn't do any
And they're
real estate
gone.
this stream, unfortunately.
We haven't done it for the last few streams.
No, we haven't.
I think the last time we did it was when you were taught, and that was it.
Yeah, I probably don't remember how to fucking do it. Well, now that we're thinking about it,
where are we at? We're 4 hours in now.
Yeah, we are 4 hours in. I should probably think about wrapping it up.
Ichiban's fast show on the spectrum.
Oh, he's faux
oh, for show.
on the spectrum.
For show, yeah.
Yes,
I kind of reread
absolutely.
that.
But he's also, like, insane because he sees things in fights that no one else sees, and they play out in ways that no one else has, played out.
Yeah,
So,
it's because he's kind of like relating them to a video game.
yes.
And more
And that's the whole
specifically, his favorite video game.
And that's the whole
Yep,
justification for the goddamn battle system.
Oh, kindness went up.
Nice.
Hey, look, your kindness went up.
I'm now Fluttershy.
Consider it gentle.
I'm gentle.
Yeah, and he equates it to his favorite video game, Dragon Quest.
He will swoosh off my parents forever. Recruit? Don't just sit around on your ass. Come work at my company. I'll get you a job that's sure to light a fire under your ass. Really? Well, if you insist, then maybe I'll give it a try. My name's Kobayashi, by the way. I'll be sure to apply. Heck, I'm looking forward to it. I don't know who this guy is, but I just hired him.
Well, there you go. You got another employee for... Yeah, you just hired another person for Ichiban Confections.
What the fuck is Ichiban Confections, though? I completely forgot.
You could do it on your phone, I think.
Oh. Hold on.
Yeah, management.
Yeah, management. Right there.
Oh, so you have to go to a location.
Let's check.
Isn't it on, like, the western part of the map?
Maybe. Let's see here.
These are all games, so it wouldn't be this.
What would it be?
That I do not know. It doesn't show like Club Survive on Bar Survive on here. So
it does show Survive. It's right there.
Oh, it does. Okay.
Seagull Cinema, Mahjong, Vocational School.
I think it's on the western. I think it's on the western part of the map.
Okay. Let's see.
Not that far down. I think it's on the upper part.
Okay.
I think you passed it, dude. I meant the western, like the beginning parts of the western.
Okay. That's an arcade. We haven't been to the arcade in a minute. Oh, hey, Ichiban Confections.
There it is. As I said I was pretty sure it's on the western part of the map.
Let's go and do a quick round of it, and then we'll call it a night.
Because they haven't done nothing forever, and now you're starting to recruit more people.
Mm.
And I believe that's pretty much... And not to mention, I think that's the moneymaker, like, later down the line.
What, Ichiban Confections?
Yeah, that's how you make more of your money. Oh my god, what was that?
I was trying, dude.
That was like the epitome of... That was like the epitome of, like, panic inputs.
It was.
And somehow you didn't end up in trouble for that.
Listen, man,
Bronze plate. Okay, that
got
can sell
hurt.
for a bit. Yeah,
Nobody
that
got
bronze
hurt.
plate can sell for a bit. So there you go.
Yes, it can, yes. Yeah, we'll do a round of
Dude, imagine
Ichiban
what they-
Confections, and then we'll rate out.
Dude, imagine you find a platinum plate under one of those, like, vending machines. That'll be funny.
I know, right?
What was that?
This was with a 40,
That was
I guess.
so aggressive for just vaulting.
With a 40. Let's go to the arcade. I got Pac-Man Fever.
There it is.
We'll do that next
there you go.
time. For now, we need to trade and buy and sell stock. In this omelet. There you are.
Kasuga-san.
It's finally time. Your fair shareholder meeting. Shareholder what now? In short, it's a meet and greet with the shareholders, those who have stock in our company. The shareholders are going to throw questions and opinions our way based on the results of this fiscal term. So I'd like you to do your best and deal with them, Kasuga-san. Deal with them? Well, it's actually more akin to quelling their anger. Our company still has a long way to go, so of course our shareholders are always angry in one way or another. But if they go home angry, they they will start foregoing their shares.
It's almost time for a
The value of
2.5 minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
And the value of a share will drop considerably. If the share price goes, the value of this company goes up. If share price ranking goes to shit, it'll be harder to fulfill the promise to Nick. Is that what you're saying? Yes, that is exactly it. Seriously? You say it's a meet and greet, but it doesn't sound fun at all. Okay, so what do I gotta do to make him less angry? The best way is to demonstrate the charm of our company and properly address the opinions of our shareholders. That should be enough to leave them satisfied. Claude in arcade games, do you think Cody Rhodes will make a good Guile? I think he'll make a Guile. I mean, like, he fucking... I think he kind of has, like, the sort of, you know, kind of presence to make a character like that work. If not, you could try apologizing from the bottom of your heart. Groveling might be a good way to go, too. I've done it a few times, and it's proof effective. Sounds like you've had it rough. But wait, am I doing this by myself? I'm not sure if just me is going to be enough to convince these guys. Oh no, you won't be by yourself. You'll be able to choose up to 4 employees to join you at the shareholder meeting. But please make sure that you have a strong team lined up beforehand. Each employee has a different level of persuasive ability along with a specific field of expertise. So keep these in mind as you choose your team. Also, I should tell you it's better to bring employees with higher positions and motivation to the shareholder meetings. They tend to be much more persuasive. I just hope that Danny Beaky gets rocked and leaves the cast a quarter of the way in. Great. Please do, Kazuka-san. Leave the cast.
Well, time to go meet. Time to go talk to the shareholders meeting.
Managed properties can now be accessed. Employee boardroom can now be accessed. Kobayashi has applied. So has Jake-san and Umeko. Noboru, a literal child. Shareholder meeting. Oh fuck. Fruit. So wait, like I gotta recruit them too. Got it.
Oh, and you pay, like you have to give a salary and all that. They got to keep an eye on your available funds and all that.
If we're stuck with Andrew Schutz, I'd at least like to see him get his shit rocked. Well, it's Street Fighter, so I'm sure many people will have their shit rocked. Charisma. A literal child.
A literal child has better stats than all these other guys.
I know, right?
It's kind of funny.
I see potential in you. Apathy incarnate. His belief that work is for the weak was shattered by Kazuka's passion, which encouraged him to apply for a position. Okay, never mind. I don't think that's fair. A proper and rather refined young boy who befriended Kasuga. Helps him make money in order to make things easier on his mother. Doing all the sub-stories can
yeah,
some
this
really good
kid.
employees. Yeah, I remember this guy.
Oh yeah, this kid. Yeah.
He also has good charisma.
It's this kid who's trying to help, like, do like as much as he can to help his mother. Just omelet.
I'm bringing him to the shareholder meeting. Along with this guy.
Worth 20 million.
I would like some really good employees. Shareholder meeting. Change the board of directors. Unfortunately, I don't think Omelet's going to be very good at the shareholder meeting. Shocking, I know. The kid is the most charismatic out of everyone here. We can do it.
Shareholders?
Skill. Huh? Okay, view controls, skills, pencil confirm. shareholders meetings, so you take on a real-time Q&A
It's almost
battle.
time for a 2.5 minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Yeah.
I get knee deep into this because I'm gonna be having some shareholders breathing down my neck here. So
It's break
gotta
time.
make sure they're
Where the
happy.
heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
They're at the shareholder meeting, homunculus. Rules on it for this.
That's a state, dude. Phrases you would never think you would
Welcome
hear
to
out of your friend's
Namcoville.
mouth.
Namco
We must
Museum
appease the
Volume 5,
shareholders.
a collection of 5 classic
Says
older
a
than
big
dirt
fucking
Namco games from the
anti-capitalist.
70s and 80s. It even comes with a special CD that includes 70s and 80s songs, exhibitions of 70s and 80s
The
clothes,
thing that would please
and
me is
70s
if you
and
all
80s
just kind
pixel
of got
dust.
the fuck out
There
of
we
here.
go
That'd
again.
be
Lies,
pretty
all
good.
lies. There is no CD, folks, but the game does include a kinky,
Namco
kind of cool
Museum.
gallery, which is fun to explore for a few minutes. You can check out the
A
elevator
kinky
if you're too much of
gallery.
a lazy bum
Yes.
to climb the stairs. I can relate. I'm so lazy that to avoid walking, I have a special car seat that detaches and rolls into the studio, planting me in front of the desk on our pathetic set. After taping, a trapdoor opens up and I'm thrust into the depths of the basement of this old, disgusting, roach-infested building. Just kidding. Anyway, let's move on. You can also peruse the Opera House and see slideshows of the frame rates from decades past. Plus, hear the old sound effects. The Ghost House is also worth a visit, as you can scare those buttheads out of the window until you're blue in the face. Like the biscuit, I feel like taking a moment, so bear with me for a sec.
This probably made sense at the time, but maybe not. Saying 70s and 80s almost
thank
as
you.
much as
If you
Silicon
don't get it,
graphics
too bad.
computers.
Watch more TV. 3 games included in this Namco game are Metrocross, which gets straight E's no matter how you rate it, Dragon Spirit, E's again, and Baraduke, E's, E's, E's. Together, these 3 games are worth half a bucket of spit, or any other bodily fluid.
That's less than
The only 2
one
games
bucket of
worth a
spit
hill
that
of
the
beans
Gearverse
are
is
Legend
worth.
of Valkyrie and Pac-Mania. The former is the first game to feature the famed female Icelandic warriors. Heck, it's probably the only game. These girls are no Xenas either. This game has neat graphics for its time. Look at this effect for climbing a mountain. Cool, huh? If you want to see the earliest Zelda-ish game, this is what you need. Pac-Mania is the best of the bunch. 3D Pac-Man on Legoland, or excuse me, the land formerly known as Lego. Hey, remember our
Om
Lego
nom nom.
website
Oh,
story?
excuse
Here's
me,
a
we're
peek
back,
at that.
my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. I didn't realize how fucking long this one was.
We are, of course, kidding once again. The whole collection gets E's, except for a D in Challenge. These ratings are by today's standards, so what do you expect?
If all these old games were made with Silicon graphics computers, then he would love all of them. Alright, we have a shareholder. Right, we have shareholders that we unfortunately need to please. Shareholder meetings, we'll see you take on take on a real-time Q&A battle as you attempt to quell angry shareholders by answering their onslaught of questions. Within the time allotted, you will do all you can to unleash your employees' counter-arguments against the shareholders' critique, keeping them happy and, most importantly, quiet. Should you fail to please the shareholders, the value of your company's stock will decrease, push you further away from the top spot in the share price ranking. Should you succeed, however, the value of your stock will increase. Shareholder meetings are essential to your company's growth, so get ready to kick, and maybe even kiss, some corporate ass. Prior to the Q&A battle, a financial report will be released. Your standing with the shareholders will depend on how well you have done with both your ranking and the management index. The speed of... What?
Nothing.
The speed of command power recovery will depend on the condition of the participating employees. Good means faster recovery, and bad means slower recovery. Progress of battle. The Q&A battle starts when the player selects a shareholder to ask their question. They'll select someone quickly enough, and the shareholder's irritation gauge will begin to fill. Once completely filled, they will start voicing their opinions whether you selected them or not. Your employees will have
quick
a
thing.
chance... What?
Your mic sounds a bit odd, and I checked the live stream, and it sounds a bit odd on there too.
Alright, hold on. We've been having problems with this for a while. With fucking voice.
Yeah, it sounds like it's like crackling at points.
Alright, hold on. How's
I guess
that?
we'll see in a few minutes. Sounds all right. Just like we'll see in a few minutes as we keep going.
Okay. All right, let's try it. Q&A battle starts with player, obviously. The employees will have a chance to attack by refuting the shareholders' opinions. By using command power and giving orders, your employees will make remarks about your company. Your command power will fill up slowly over time. You will only have a small window of time to refute the shareholders' opinions, but should you succeed, you will deal damage to the shareholders. Fail, however, and your employees will take damage. Reducing a shareholder spirit to 0 will leave them fully convinced the company is in good hands, resulting in their defeat. Employees removed from battle. Once an employee's spirit hits 0, they will no longer be able to speak up at the meeting and therefore be unable to fight. If it's all shareholders within the given time to win or have an approval rating of 50 plus or more at the end of the battle. Fulfill either of the 2 conditions above to win. All employees unable to fight, 0%, or below 50%, you will lose to meet any of the conditions above. In addition to giving commands, you will also have a variety of skills at your disposal. Skills can range from level 1 to level 3 and become accessible with the passing of time, or through actions taken in battle. Counterattack. You can refute a shareholder's critique through your employees' counter-arguments. The number of counter-arguments required to refute a critique changes depending on their affinity. When you successfully refute a critique, a counter chance will occur. During this period, the shareholder's guard is lowered, allowing you to deal damage directly. Your share price and share price ranking are affected by the outcome of the shareholder meeting. The better the result, the more experience points your employees will gain. Positive compensation will increase.
We'll start with the financial report.
It's incredibly Yakuza, yup.
If you would.
We'll kick things off with the financial report.
Oh boy. Save cards.
Thank you. Let's move on to the Q&A.
You've got questions.
Please raise your hand if you...
You. You've never been better. Unconvinced. Shit. This is sloppy. We're growing steadily. Hold on. Wait, can we do it? Okay, we're kind of doing it. But this is incredibly Yakuza. Seriously. This is insane. Don't you target the kid, brother? This is...
Oh, you can also send out other employees to answer afterwards to do more damage to them.
Oh, we're doing fine.
Please raise your hand if you have a question.
Yeah, I play games the same. It's Pokemon logic. Like if you see down there, it shows the rock paper scissors.
Oh, I
in
see
the
it.
corner
I see it.
left.
I see it. I see it. I
If you
see
have
it.
any questions, this... Please raise your
I need
hand
to
if you
wait
have a
for
question.
it. Fat cat.
You only have 16 seconds. Yeah.
If you have any questions, this is the time to ask.
Oh, nice.
Includes our periodic shareholders.
No way, dude. I did it right at the end.
Let's do the thing.
Yeah, that was like right on the buzzard.
Hey! Hey!
And that was like barely over 2 because that was like only 52%.
Success, though. You
Yeah,
cannot
that
argue
was, like,
with
on the
results,
fucking
brother.
Buzzard.
You cannot argue with results. Look at that. I love these little sprites here for him.
That's what I'm talking about.
Red beats green, green beats blue, blue beats red. Sorry, I didn't see that in time.
I mean, he recovered, so hey.
Dude, that was like... Results of shareholder meeting have earned you the next exclusive reward. 60,000 yen. Thank you very much. I am going to get back to the stock buying, but first, great work today, President Kazuya. I'm beat. Shareholder meetings are rough. You'll get used to it. The more our company grows, the bigger the number of shareholders and more extreme the claims. Today's meeting was just the beginning. Really. He hated that, dude. That said, I think you did great for your first time. Yeah, we fucking succeeded. Convincing all the shareholders at the meeting can have an overwhelming positive effect on their share value. Perhaps it's best to think of a shareholder meeting as though it were a sporting event. Just as you would do all you can to prepare for a big game, it's best to run the business while always anticipating the upcoming shareholder meetings. Right. Run a strong, ready-for-anything business, but one that won't anger the shareholders too much. Still, this sounds pretty tough, so I'll be looking to you for support. Of course. By all means, please keep up the good work, President Kazuga. I know Omelette will keep up good work, too. Just as he does all the time. Okay, like, I actually want to do a round of this and not just the shareholder meeting. Would you like to return to managing business?
Let's get down to business.
Debts can now be accessed. Wait, can I, like, take out a loan? You can finance your business through banks, money lenders, and cash advances. Interest and the number of scheduled payments will differ depending on whom you borrow from, so it's best to consider your situation before you decide. Should you have the funds to make a lump sum payment, you can select the lender from debts and pay off your loan in one fell swoop.
Yeah, I play games saying you can, but I wouldn't recommend it.
I'm not going to do that just yet. Right now, we're...
Oh. It just says open for business, but your projected results are below, are in the negative.
It's because I have too many employees.
I want to see, I want to just check everything real quick. Yeah, your properties, that's why. Your expected profit is only 14. Oh, and because of your employees, yeah. They gotta try to make more.
Ichiban Confections. I'm sorry, Grandma, but you need to, sit down.
Even if you don't have them working, you still have to pay them, yeah.
It's like I need to kind of consider who's like, you know, most needed then.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's who you have hired and all that.
Sales volume. Hooray for child labor.
Now it's negative 130.
What? Oh, is it because I put him in there?
I'll handle it, Sonny.
Yes, it is. Alright, well, who's
We'll
making
check,
money? Dude, I think I just need to, like, keep with my current lineup here. For the time if I want to make a profit.
Unlock store. Unlock share. Oh, wait.
Yeah, like, I get new...
Empty property slot. You can purchase additional property.
I mean... we could do that. We have the money for it.
Yes, let's see what's available.
A coin laundry with well-maintained equipment. Though easy to manage thanks to a steady flow of income, profit isn't spectacular.
That's not surprising.
An old bar in a remote location. The bar itself is pleasant, but due to its poor service, it has no regular customers. An old factory that's been around since pre-war Japan. The capability is there, but the equipment is far too outdated. Focusing on investment should yield results.
So one of those kind of locations, buy that, you'll have to upgrade it or something.
I can do that. I get a Mahjong club. Takayama's Photos. Fukuda store. A convenience store run by a sole proprietor. Its high points are thanks to the owner's quality customer service, The handsome bento boxes by its poster girl employee. Really lacking. Improving all these areas should turn a noticeable profit.
It looks like there's more below.
There's quite a bit more below.
One more.
That right there. Mahjong club run by an unmotivated owner who sleeps on the job every day. Customer traffic is fairly good due to being able to stay for long periods of time at a low rate. I think this might be a good mid-range one to have right here. Either that or the Tokuda store. Because the Tokuda store is kind of already seemingly a proven commodity. So I'm gonna go with that, actually, the Tokuda store. Oh, 20 million. Well, I need to, oh, fucking... Okay, hold on.
You gotta be able to match those, like, get those above the... You see, like, where it says production, service, and notability, right?
Yes, I do.
Gotta get those above that.
Yeah, I see that. I don't want him to sign the Ichiban Confections. She already assigned somewhere?
Yep.
Oh, I got that.
Just below service.
We're lacking in service right now. But hey, we're turning the profit.
Yeah, 260,000 now, which...
All right!
Projected...
We're making money. Kinda. Because I need to pay their salaries too. I will let this ride for like a little bit and just see what it...
Yeah, I guess... Me. Yeah, you could probably open and still make some money.
Boardroom. Management. Preparing for shareholder meetings. Preparation for shareholder meetings. You can check the current status of the company, as well as edit which members will be participating in shareholder meetings. Okay. Earn approval rating. Bad. Well, listen, you're not going to be thinking that here for too long, I bet. Open for business.
Wait, go back to properties? Wait, go back to properties?
Yes. Upgrade.
What about upgrade?
Ichiban Confections would be good. Oh, I can make some upgrades.
Oh, and these would, like increase the... Okay, so...
It would increase, like, the base of the services in some way.
Wait a minute, that means you could do that, and...
Yeah.
Yeah, and that means you'll be in the you'll be over.
We are in the green, brother, or the blue in this case. Oh, but, like... The,
It means increase in the volume, so that means that... I'm guessing you'll do that when your employees start leveling up more, and they're able to do more work.
With the invest in sales volume, the expectations are higher. So... Oh, but this would still be good. Look at that, dude. We're in the money now. I think I can hire an employee. One more. Actually, no. Why would I do that?
Right now. Yeah, I don't think you need to right this second.
The house is up because of me, dude. Or maybe it isn't, brother. It's a real up in the air thing, you see. Sub property that doesn't yield a profit even after investing in it, so I could replace it later on. Then
we got a job to do.
All right. Oh, look at all that red. The employees are motivated. Too many returns coming. Come on. Make the money. Yeah, fucking Baka. Indeed, Omelet. Let's go. You can go. Go. Dude, we're in the green. We're in the green.
Pretty lucky.
Dude, we're in the money.
I can still make it rain.
That's a real nice house you got there, brother. Maybe I'll invest in it. Or maybe I won't, dude. Look at that. The fucking Tokuda store is raking it.
These are incredible results.
Look at that.
Nice. You guys did great out there.
Yay! Dude, Omelet is getting better and better each day. Look at that.
Oh, we're going up.
Share price rose by not too much.
It's still something.
No change. Shit. It's like, can I do wait, Yokohama's famous chicken mascot. President Kazuga, our company mascot, Omelet, appeared on TV. Aw, well, good for her. Oh, it's a girl. You received 5 million yen for her performance. She must have a great agent. Dude, look at that! Omelet equals money, dude. Maybe I should put her on the shareholder meeting.
Oh, President Kaza, there's a commercial time slot available this period. A well thought out commercial will provide a huge boost.
Yeah, but like,
I
we
have
have to like sell all of the money we just
I play
made.
games saying always buy commercials. Yeah, I'd say do it.
Yeah, sure.
Is that
We're gonna have them hawk a TV at Rent a Center like Hulk Hogan did. We secured the time slot. I'm happy to see how it turns out. There I am, Gary. There I am. President Costco, we were contacted by an employment agency. There's some candidates looking to work for our company. I'm not impressed. We decided not to employ anybody at this time. Yeah, I'm not impressed. There.
Yeah, they just said the sales boost will pay for itself.
Add on air. Alright, well, we gotta run that shit again. What are you? A worker who has racked up a considerable amount of experience in construction. Oh, is he part of the Majima shit? Boastful about his muscular physique, he can often be found admiring himself in the mirror. Yeah, I'd imagine the sales boost will pay for itself, but still. It's like, what are like these? Oh, I see. Because like these
rarities.
No, I'm like. Sorry, I'm like looking at. Sorry, I'm looking at the little icons next to the morale. Night, Patch. Have a good night.
Patch. But I also noticed that it basically brought back the rarity system from Creative Clan, where it's like bronze, silver, gold, and yada yada yada.
Have your employee receive job training. Promote your employees. Wait, can I promote Grandma here?
Oh, it allows her to go to level 10 now.
Sure, let's do it.
Peroni raises the level cap, but also their salary, which makes sense.
Sure.
Yeah, because
Well,
it says they're
what?
But it says they are part time, but now that you've promoted them, they're contract employees.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They're a long-time part-time employee. She has 9 children. She and her husband are currently considering a 10th child. That's 10 children. And that's terrible. Insert the goddamn Lex Luthor like stealing 40 cakes meme here.
I mean, I lived next to someone who had 5 kids. I was friends with 2 of them. They had 2 older brothers, and they had a younger sister. And they all lived in an apartment with only 2 bedrooms.
New employee training.
So imagine 7 people living in an apartment in New York, Logan.
That would be absurd. Wow. I want to see how far Omelet can get.
Well, be careful. You're kind of spending a lot of money now.
I am, yes. But listen, we have ads.
Add on air.
That shit's gonna pay for itself.
We got a job to do.
I'm so hungry.
Here you go.
Oh yeah, this.
Ichiban Senpai! Whoa! Aren't you President Ichiban?
I've seen this fucking screenshot here.
Yep.
Ichiban Senpai!
First in smiles, Ichiban Confections.
Dude, that's awesome. Dude, we're riding in the fucking Bugatti now. Look at that. I'll pull up in the Bugatti. I want a Krabby Patty. Me too.
What was that? An ad?
That was a commercial, brother. No! No, don't lag behind! Theft led to shrinkage. The sale cleared house. Yay! We did it. We did something there.
Here's how the business did.
We made so much money there. Overall profit.
Results.
We made so much money. It did have the Krusty Krab ad energy. I love that.
Oh, the kid's now level 5.
We might increase. Dude, really? It takes a lot to. Hot topic deep dive. We dig deep so you don't have to. President Kazka, the entertainment industry in Yokohama is collaborating with us to hold a PR campaign. Sales from these businesses are forecasted to go up. We can expect some profit this period. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I kind of want to continue doing this for just a little longer. If that's alright
It's
with
already
y'all.
4.5 hours.
I know.
Jesus.
One more, okay? One fucking more.
Going further.
One
Too much.
fucking more, alright? Invested product development. Invested notability. It's just not high enough.
And you would have. Yeah.
I have confidence in my workers, though.
One more turn. Yeah, I play games like one more turn. That's what happens with Civilization players.
One more turn.
One more turn?
One more turn. We're in the red.
That's the whole thing with Civilization players. Just one more turn.
Come on. We can do it. Point of service is on point. Just one more turn. That's what I'm playing. That's what I'm playing. Goddamn Crusader Kings. Dude, this convenience store we bought is breaking it. It's absurd how much this is making now.
I can still make it rain.
We made about as much as we did last time, I feel like.
That was a little worse, I think.
That was a little worse, probably. Let's see. Come on.
That's what I'm talking about.
Dude, Sil? Oh, hey! Hey, we did one. We got one rank up. Entertainment is no longer trending. Costco, there's a proposal for an investment opportunity. Let's see what it's about. Looks like we got an investment proposal. Seems reliable enough. Still, I wonder. Is there buffet?
Invest in Fairy Tale Inc. President and CEO. Investment outlet Desert Buffet Management.
We don't have, dude. We are so far away from that money. One more turn. No, I'm done. Dude, that's nearly 45 million.
Yeah,
I don't even
really
have 5
out of
million. That's way out of my price range.
The shareholders meeting is coming up soon.
I never did those even when I had the money.
Should we go to the shareholders meeting now that I know how it works? I feel like we should.
I don't think you have to do a shareholder meeting yet.
Yeah, but she said it's coming up soon, so yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna make sure that my people are versatile enough to make this happen. Manage employees. Approval rating from my workforce. Okay, maybe I need to, like, provide bonuses to your employees. It's mental health counseling from a certified professional. let's see. Oh, okay, I get it.
It improves their, yeah.
I want that kid on the goddamn, on the goddamn shareholders meeting, alright? Somewhat passionate man with a somewhat important job at a somewhat large company. That said, he has somewhat of a desire to change for a better. Never did those even when I did have the money. Oh, the investments. Okay, yeah. Need big charisma. Bonuses. What?
I'm like, this is a lot.
It's a lot of management, yes.
No, I'm like, welcome to one of the major side stuff for Yakuza.
Dude, this is awesome. I love this, honestly. Alright. Okay, unfortunately, yes. Nelson is right. We've been going for almost 5 hours, and we should probably raid out to somebody.
Oh, it says when their happiness gets low, hit auto care to get green.
Okay, cool. Well, I need to go and auto
now we can save.
stream.
Save.
Here. Cool. Yeah, we need to save.
Yeah, we don't want to have a repeat of last time.
Right, my soda sitting back and just watching the insanity. Well, I appreciate that, bud. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. I really, really appreciate it. But I'm tired, and I would like to raid out to someone here. Let's raid out to Tracy right here. They are currently sitting in a box in front of the Windows. The Windows XP backdrop. So that's fun. Let's go and raid into him. He's raided into us a few times before. I would like to pay that forward. And here, I have raid message. Here. For everyone to copy. Longboy Club Love. There it is right there. Thank you all very much. I appreciate you hanging out with us this evening. If you've not done so already, I would appreciate a follow to the channel. Maybe joining the Discord server as well. We have a lot of fun over there. We do weekly watch-alongs of wrestling, cartoons, or just whatever else we want to do. And follow me on my socials. They're right here, all of them. Right there is my card. You'll find all my shit right there. Yeah. That's it for me from tonight. Nelson, thank you for joining me. I had a lot of fun.
Of course.
And we will see you guys hopefully next week.
See everyone.
See ya. Have a good night.
I'm
Oh boy.
getting a lot of like
Yeah, that was a long one.
It was long. It was fun though.
Oh, it was, yeah. We still only have 3 party members though. Right now I'm seeing a new trend on Blue Sky of people being like, I hate Sora, not you, Sora, and then just post a gif of another character named Sora.
Hold on.